Hello, Matt.
Hi, Jonathan. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm marvellous, thank you, Matt. Tell me all about the problem you're having, please, without naming any company names.
Okay, so it started a couple of weeks ago. I went camping with my family and I came back home after sort of 5-6 days. I opened up the front door and there was just an awful smell coming from inside the house.
Oh, dear.
So after investigation, I sort of realised the fridge freezer that I've got, not only has it stopped working, but because of the hot weather we've been having, it can almost turn into a bit of an oven.
Oh, no.
So for several days, it had just been sort of slowly heating up the food inside.
What, even with the door shut, you could smell it?
Yeah.
Really? Oh. Well, I would have thought it would, because surely a fridge has a kind of seal on it, doesn't it? So you'd imagine it would seal the smell inside.
Oh, yeah, I would have thought so, really. But
You definitely hadn't left the door open by mistake when you went on holiday.
no, definitely not, because it's still not working, and I've had sort of an engineer report. He checked, the first thing he done was to check the seals,
Right.
and he said that's fine, and it's still, not working.
Right. So when you kind of came into the house and you worked out where this smell was coming from, it was all this rotting food in the fridge.
It's an American-style fridge freezer, so the freezer itself just wasn't working.
Oh. And what kind of things did you have in there that were particularly pongy?
I had frozen chicken,
Oh, dear. Yeah, that will do it.
which is probably the main culprit, but there's sort of vegetables and, fish fingers and that sort of thing, really.
Oh, ugh, horrible.
Yeah.
And how old was this fridge freezer?
I'd kept the receipt, and it was literally just about 5 days short of 4 years.
4 years old. And how much had you paid for it?
670.
Okay. Right. Well, as you will know if you're a regular listener to my programme, Matt, when you purchased that fridge freezer, I presume you purchased it from a British retailer?
It was a well-known shop that I purchased.
Yeah, I don't need to guess, but I'm just establishing the facts. It's from a British retailer.
Yes.
So you are protected by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, which states that fridge freezer must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
Now, let's just talk about the price. 670 quid. Is that at the cheaper end of American-style fridge freezers?
It probably is, yes. But then the same fridge freezer now is $999.
Right. How come it was cheaper when you bought it then?
At the time, it was because it was a different colour.
Oh, right. Okay.
The black version was $999.
Okay, so I'm just looking at a well-known retailer's website. Just have a little look, and the reason I'll get on to why it's important in just a second, but it is relevant, the price.
Okay.
So this particular retailer, £499 is the cheapest one they do, and the most expensive one is, oh my word, 5,299 quid. Right. Okay, so yours would be at the cheaper end. Now, the reason why that's relevant is that the law states that you are entitled to a reasonable amount of life from a product.
Yeah.
And the amount of money you spend on a product will obviously have a bearing on that, because the more money you spend on something, the better quality you are entitled to expect it to be.
Okay.
I always use this example. You would expect a Rolls-Royce to be a much better quality car than a Nissan Micra, because obviously one is at one end of the spectrum, the other's at the other end of the spectrum. So you have to have a level of reasonableness when you're assessing how long something will last for. However, it's quite clear in my mind, and I'm sure it would be clear in most people's minds listening to this programme, that you would expect more than 4 years from a fridge freezer, even one that is at the lower end of the market, i.e. costing £670 as opposed to 1,670 quid. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
So, how long would we expect it to last for? I think... listen, I'm going to just talk off the top of my head, and you tell me what you think of it. I would expect that fridge freezer to last for a minimum of 6 years.
Okay, I mean, I kind of thought 8.
Okay. Yes, ideally. Yes, ideally.
I mean, the company involved, there's a popular website which says the estimated shortest average lifespan of an American style fridge freezer is 14 years. So that's why I kind of thought 8 years.
Well, if we do... Okay, so let's work with 8 years. And it may well be that most people listening to the programme would agree with you. I don't know. If you want to text me or share your view, you can text 81333, start your text with 3CR. How long would you expect an American-style fridge freezer costing 670 quid to last for? 81333, start your text with 3CR. If we work on 8 years then, so if you take the 670 quid and divide that by 8, you've got an annual cost of £83.75. We times that by 4... You've had £335 worth of life from your product. So you take the £670, you take the 335 off it, and that gives you £335 as an amount that you would look for from the company, unless they can come and fix it. I mean, when they came out to have a look at it, did they say that they could repair it?
They asked me to get an independent company, an independent white goods technician.
Okay, to just have a report done.
Have a report, and they said if it was found to be the fault of the freezer, then they would cover the cost.
Yeah, okay, sounds fine, sounds fair. And that they would, I presume, they'd reimburse you any cost that you'd incurred in terms of having the report carried out, yeah?
If it was found as a fault of the freezer, yes.
But what about the cost of the repair?
Well, I sent the report to the company, and they came back and said it's beyond economical repair.
Okay. So what have they offered you?
They've offered me £180.95, plus the cost of the report.
185.
Sorry, £180.95.
180.95 plus how much was the report?
101.
Okay. So what have they worked that out on? Have they worked that out as the fridge freezer should have lasted you for 6 years then?
Yes, that's what they seem to be implying, yeah. But even that, for me, that doesn't really add up. 670
divided by 6 equals 111 times by 3. Oh, no, sorry, you've had 4, haven't you? So 111 times 4 years, 444. So if you take the 670 quid, take the 444 off that, it leaves you with a total of 226. So even if you were to work it out over 6 years... 180.95 isn't enough, is it?
No.
So how long did they think that fridge freezer should have lasted for then?
They have kind of basically said later on, because I mentioned about the popular website of 14 years, and I said it should last 8. They responded saying the average of 14 years has no bearing on the claim. My assumption of 8 years has no bearing on the claim, and you only have 6 years to make a claim under consumer law. If I'm unhappy how consumer law works, please discuss with a legally trained third party.
Right, okay.
Which I got a bit annoyed about because I felt that was slightly misleading. I don't know if I'm wrong with that, but...
Well, listen, you have 6 years to be able to make a claim, but just because you have 6 years to make a claim doesn't necessarily mean that it would be reasonable to expect any product to only last for 6 years.
Yeah, that's where I felt they were kind of misleading.
Okay.
You probably can't say that, but...
Okay, well, I think what I'm more than happy to do is to go and have a word with them and see if I can get them to up their offer. Because what they're offering you doesn't seem to even take into account 6 years use from the product.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if they... have they worked it out over 5 years? If so... I don't see, if I look on their website, if I look at the cheapest American-style fridge, or in fact, let me try and find one that's about the same price that you paid. Here we go. I'm looking at one that they're selling for £679.99, or this particular retailer. It does not say we would only expect this fridge freezer to last for 5 years. Because if they did, who'd buy it?
Yeah.
Why would you wouldn't go onto a website and say, oh, yeah, oh, well, that's okay, because that's all I want from this fridge freezer, 5 years. I'll be very pleased if I get 5 years use out of it. Of course you wouldn't. If you're spending that kind of money, you would expect a reasonable amount of life. Now, I'm not sure that 8 years is not a little bit over-egging the pudding, to be honest with you, because if we look at the price, it's at the lower end of the spectrum. But I would certainly expect somewhere between 6 and 8 years use from that product before it dies. Hopefully longer, but at least 6 to 8 years, I think we can safely say. So if that's the case, their offer of £180.95 plus the 101 for the report is not enough. Right, would you like me to go and have a little word with them and see if I can increase that offer for you?
If you can, please, yeah, because I did go back to them with a counter offer of saying, OK, 6 years, they give me 2.6 the purchase price, and I asked if they could replace the spoiled food as well.
How much food was in there that was ruined?
I know the fridge freezer was fairly full, so I asked for £80 worth.
And have you got a receipt to prove that?
I haven't, unfortunately, no.
Right, well, if you had a receipt, I'd be more than happy to push for that. Without a receipt, I think it's going to be hard to push for that. But what I can certainly do is I can certainly talk about the fact that inevitably you had food in the fridge freezer. Everyone has food in their fridge freezer. So there was obviously some kind of loss to you, which they don't seem to be taking into account at all when it comes to assessing their offer. Let's see what I can do. OK, brilliant. Leave it with me, Matt. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word, OK? Vince bought a new printer online. Once he started using it, he noticed that when it went into the sleep mode, he couldn't wake it up again.
I bought a printer online from a major manufacturer from their online store on the 27th of April. The printer arrived a couple of days later and it plugged it in and it all seemed fine. But then after a little while I noticed that the printer would go off to sleep where I hadn't used it for a while. But then it wouldn't wake up. And what I did, I couldn't get it to work again.
The sleeping beauty of the printer world was Vince's printer. Well, I went off to have a word with the retailer because the offer they had originally made him when he complained to them, he wasn't very happy with. Vince, good morning to you.
Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning. So the company, as you know, they said to you, they tried all kinds of things over the phone to get it to work, and that didn't work. So in the end, they said, OK, we'll send you a reconditioned one. You weren't happy with that. You said, I don't want to recondition. Why do I want someone else's printer that you've reconditioned? I've only had this printer for, it was just over a month, wasn't it, when you actually contacted them? Which, just for future reference for you and for other people listening to the programme, if you do have an issue with the product, make sure you complain right at the beginning, because you've got that window of opportunity. It's 30-day window of opportunity to be able to reject goods if they are faulty and to ask for a full refund. After 30 days, your right to reject the goods and to ask for a refund, it is still there, but it would be down the line. You know, you would need to prove that you'd offered the retailer a reasonable number of opportunities to repair the same recurring problem before you can reject the goods. So certainly if there's a problem right at the beginning, complain right at the beginning. You were about 4 days out of that window, weren't you, Vince?
Yeah, just missed it.
Which was why they were saying to you, OK, well, we'll give you a reconditioned one. You didn't want a reconditioned one because that would have been a second-hand one. So I promised you that I would go and have a word with the company and see what they were prepared to do. Now, they've come back with a response. They haven't gone into a great amount of detail, but I presume you can fill in the blanks. The company concerned is Hewlett-Packard, HP. Because you bought it directly from Hewlett-Packard. They say HP customer support have been in contact with the customer and the issue has been resolved. HP is committed to delivering the best possible customer experience and printing solutions. So what have they agreed with you, Vince?
Well, whatever you've said to them, you've worked your magic again, Jonathan, because on Friday I was bombarded initially with phone calls. I had the head of customer services call me first of all, and basically said that they would give me a refund for the printer, and then I could either, buy a replacement or upgrade it or whatever I wanted to do, and they would also give me a 10% discount on a new printer.
Wow.
Which is a complete turnaround from what they offered me initially. So whatever you've said to them, well done and thank you very much.
So what have you agreed to do?
I bought another printer, but I did actually upgrade it a little bit as well and paid the difference, as they were giving me the 10% off. So
fantastic.
Yeah, it hasn't turned up yet. It'll be here, I think, Wednesday.
Okay. And what happens with the old one?
That's been collected, and I hope they're going to analyse that and work out what the problem is and prevent it happening from anyone else. So
fantastic.
All round.
What would you like me to do? Would you like me to give them half the horn now and the other half when your new printer arrives, or do we assume that everything's going to be fine and I give them the full jobby now?
I think they'll be fine, to be honest, Jonathan. I mean, the way they reacted on Friday, they couldn't have been more helpful, and it was really nice to hear.
Great.
It was a shame they didn't do that in the first instance, but we got there in the end.
Well, listen.
Hopefully it's a lesson. So
the way I look at this is that every now and then, even the best companies in the world will get an unhappy customer. The mark of a good company is how, when you're faced with an unhappy customer, you try and turn them from being an unhappy customer into a happy customer. That is hugely valuable, and it would appear Hewlett-Packard, HP, they recognise that, and they have done just that for you, and I want to thank them very much indeed. I will give them my horn. Vince, if you have any other problems, you know where I am. Now, Quanta purchased a nice new kitchen in 2012. It cost her £3,775, and she said that it came with a 25-year guarantee. Last year, though, she started noticing some bubbling on the cabinets.
First I ignored it. I said maybe just it's one or two cupboards. But then it got worse, and I started seeing it was literally from the corners, it was peeling off, and I could see all the different layers of doors and cupboard doors. And I was very surprised at what was happening to my kitchen. After a couple of emails exchanged, he said, "Oh, there's nothing we can do. You're out of the warranty period." And at that point, I sent them an email. I said, I understand it's 8.5 years old, but my understanding was all of the kitchens have 25 years guarantee. She goes, yeah, but you're out of warranty period. She said, all we can do is offer you £300 goodwill gesture.
Well, it's not out of guarantee, is it? Unless it's over 25 years old. Or unless the problem does not actually tie in with what this guarantee offers. Well, I had a little look while Quanta was on the programme last time. I had a little look at the guarantee, and it didn't seem to suggest that, for example, cupboard doors and the surface of them were excluded from the guarantee. So why was this company not prepared to honour the 25 years guarantee that Quanta should have with the kitchen? I've been off to have a word with them. Is their guarantee worth the paper it's written on, is the question I was asking. Quanta's back on the JVS show. Hello, Quanta.
Hey, Jonathan, you right?
Yes, I'm marvellous, thank you, Quanta. I hope you are too. This company is B&Q. And B&Q have come back to say this. We were sorry to hear about Quanta's experience, and a £300 gift card was offered as a gesture of goodwill. Initially, we were not able to cover the warranty claim, given the issue was deemed to be related to wear and tear. That said, we are reassessing Quanta's claim and we are offering an inspection. They then went on with some additional information. They said our 25-year guarantees were introduced in 2019, with a 10-year guarantee in place from 2012. The customer requires proof of purchase before an inspection can be arranged. Right, so that's interesting. So firstly, you've only got a 10-year guarantee. You haven't got a 25-year guarantee, apparently, with that kitchen.
And that's the news for me. I didn't know that.
Well, is the only reason that you are aware of the 25 years because you've kind of looked at what they offer now?
Possibly, yes, correct.
Oh, right, okay. So you don't have any paperwork that says 25-year guarantee?
No, I don't.
Right, okay. Well, all is not lost, because they say that a 10-year guarantee was in place from the year 2012. So let's hope that you ultimately purchased it when that 10-year guarantee was in place. Do you remember when in 2012 you purchased the kitchen?
January. It was January 2012 or 13. No, I can't even remember. But I do have the paperwork and everything.
Right, and does it say anywhere on the paperwork that there's a guarantee?
Paperwork is the receipt and the kitchen plan and all the items we purchased. So there's not like a booklet. It didn't come with a booklet or anything. So it's paperwork when I say I've got the receipt, original receipts, and all the list of things and the planning. So that's all I have. They didn't give me any other paperwork than that.
Have you got the receipt in front of you now?
No, I don't. I was at work.
No, that's fine. It's only that if it said January 2013, that would be more reassuring than if it says January 2012.
You know what? I'm just going to go and have a look in my pictures and tell you exactly it was purchased in.
Because they're saying that they only brought in the 10-year warranty, they say, from 2012.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make absolutely sure that we can make it very clear to them that their kitchen would have had, the one that you received at that time, would have a 10-year guarantee with it. Because I sense that we might have some interesting times ahead. Now, have they been in touch with you at all to discuss coming out and doing an inspection?
Not yet, no. I haven't heard anything from anybody.
Okay, well, that's interesting. They say they are going to offer an inspection.
Yeah,
now,
that's fine.
When they come out to inspect the kitchen, they obviously are going to be looking to see whether the problem with your cupboard, your kitchen cupboard doors, is caused by normal wear and tear.
Okay.
Is it likely that they will find there is a wear and tear element to this or not?
No.
So where the doors are bubbling is nowhere near, for example, the edges of the door or anything like that?
No, it's not. And it's not just one cupboard door. It's few of them, and the rest of them are perfectly fine. So it's like kind of mixed.
Yeah, but and the door that where it's going particularly badly, what do you keep in that cupboard?
The two doors on my fridge freezer.
Yeah.
One is my dishwasher door, and some of them are my cupboard door where I keep my saucepans and things like that. Right.
Okay. So and those saucepans. Yeah, okay, fine. Well, we just have to hope that when they come out, they are able to confirm that the problem is due to a manufacturing defect. I suspect it probably is, because I think probably what's going on here is the glue that was used in the manufacturing process to hold the laminate to whatever backing is used for the actual structure of the door. The glue, I suspect, has failed. It's quite a common problem on laminate kitchen doors. It certainly happened to me in the past, and I'm sure it will have happened to lots of people listening to the programme. So we have to hope that it's that, and therefore this kitchen has just failed because of that glue fading on it. But we'll have to wait and see. Have you managed to find that receipt while you've been talking?
No, I couldn't. I'm so sorry for that.
No, don't worry about it. If you can try and find it, let's just keep fingers crossed it says January 2013. Because I don't know when in 2012 they introduced the 10-year guarantee. If the 10-year guarantee was only brought in on their kitchens after a certain point in time, in 2012, then of course there is always the possibility that they may turn around to you and say your kitchen never came with the 10-year guarantee.
Oh, okay.
But I have to be honest, I'm a bit surprised at all of this, because I thought when we spoke last time, Quanta, you told me that they'd made a big thing about the fact that the kitchen came with a 25-year guarantee when you bought it.
I do remember they said it comes with a guarantee, but I don't know why now I'm so taken back. And what's going on? They say one thing and you telling me that they said it was 10 years guarantee. To be honest now, my mind is completely blank and I don't know what were you telling me, and what they managed to tell you. They could have told me that and I would have say, okay, maybe that was 10 years guarantee. Now, they didn't say that to me, and they said, oh, you're out of our warranty. When I said to them, I believe that your kitchens come with 25 years guarantee, and at that point they said, no, they didn't comment on anything, and they said, okay, we can all do is offer you a goodwill gesture. They did not even bother to explain to me what was happening.
Okay. Well, what we need to hope that firstly your kitchen did come with a 10-year guarantee, because if your kitchen didn't come with a guarantee, then we're going to have trouble. If your kitchen does come with a guarantee, the good news is you are just in time, because your kitchen is just under the 10-year period of time. So we need to try and get something sorted out soon. I will go back to B&Q and just ask them when you're likely to hear from them with that offer of someone coming out to inspect, and we will follow it all the way, okay?
Okay, thank you so much, Jonathan, for helping me.
Thank you, Quanta. I will talk to you very soon. If you could let me know the date of purchase, that would be very helpful. Sally purchased 2 recliner sofas for £899.99 in 2019. But one of them seems to be ageing very quickly.
I'm having trouble with one of the seats on the 3-seater recliner. The other 2 seats on there are perfectly all right. It's just one of them has gone very lumpy and it seems to be dipping in the middle. It's a seat that I sit in, but I'm not really that heavy and I've got no young children to jump on it or anything. I mean, the other seat that my husband sits on, actually he's heavier than me, that's fine. The 2-seater settee, the seats are perfectly all right. They just said that I was out of my 12-month warranty. I said to them, what about my consumer rights? And they said, I haven't got any. If I'd have taken the 5-year extra guarantee on them, I would have been fine. But I wasn't even offered that anyway.
Well, as everyone who listens to this programme is aware, when you purchase a product, whether it be a sofa or anything else, when you purchase a product from a retailer, you are entitled to expect that product will be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, to be honest with you, and Sally, I did break the... Good morning to you, by the way.
Good morning.
Good morning. I did break this news to you last time you were on the programme. £899.99 for 2 sofas is not going to buy you furniture that's going to be around for a very, very long time.
No, I understand that.
That kind of price point for furniture, it's designed to last you for a few years, but then you'll probably find it will start to fall apart. Unfortunately, and it's becoming more and more difficult to find really good quality furniture that does last for a very long period of time. But any of these kind of offers of 2 sofas for £900, you are buying furniture that is designed to be cost effective and therefore not necessarily designed to be really good quality furniture. And when you've sat on it for a while, it is going to start to kind of sink and go lumpy. However, you only bought this furniture in 2019. It's not acceptable that within 2 years you've got this problem, and that's exactly what I went to explain to the retailer. This business of, oh, well, it's over 12 months old, there's nothing we can do, is utter rot. I went off to have a word with them. Now, to be fair, I've never heard of this company before. Never, ever come across them. Never had any dealings with them. Didn't even know they existed. Now, that's normally a good sign, to be honest with you, Sally, because, you know, there are some companies that I get lots of complaints about, and I'm therefore very familiar with them. And there are certain furniture companies where when I see their name come up on the screen, I think, oh, God, here we go again. This is not one of those companies. So I contacted them and was very open-minded in terms of how they would respond. They've come back with very little information for me, but hopefully just enough to give me some reassurance. They say, Thank you for getting in touch with us. We have passed your query to our customer service team, who will be able to resolve this issue directly with the customer. So did they call you?
Yes, they did actually. On the Monday evening, round about 20 to 6, I actually had a phone call on my mobile.
Yeah.
I answered it, but unfortunately there wasn't anybody there. And then the next thing I know, I had an email from them saying they'd tried to ring me and got no reply. But anyway, I rang them back and explained that I had answered, and could they please ring me rather on my landline, because I have issues with my mobile phone at the moment and everything. So, but the unfortunate thing is, when you ring them, you can never speak to the same person. Anyway, I think her name was Laura Thomas.
I don't want, no. I don't want any names, thank you.
Well,
very
she was
important.
one of the customer service people, and she explained that had I got another phone they could ring me on, and I messaged them back and said no, I hadn't.
Well, this is all quite frustrating, because I've just checked back, and my email to them, I included your landline on it. And in fact, I didn't even send them your mobile number because I don't have it. So the number that they'd been given by me was your landline. So it's a bit frustrating they didn't call you on it. So have you actually managed to speak to them now?
Well, I have eventually, yes.
Right.
And they have offered me either an exchange or a refund.
Oh.
Which I've actually accepted the exchange. I know I've got to go for the same type of same make, but seeing as I've got the two-seater, I needed it to match with that.
Right, okay, so they were giving you either an exchange or a refund for that one sofa?
That's right, yes.
I see. So you've opted for a replacement, a like-for-like replacement?
That's right, yes.
Okay. And are you happy with that?
Yes, I am. As I said, I just hope that it is better. I mean, as I said, when my husband looked underneath it, that particular seat didn't look very good, as it had been made very well. I mean, the seat, the opposite end, is made a lot better. You get what I mean? It's more. No,
I don't actually. I don't know what you mean, because that all sounds very strange.
Well, we couldn't understand it when we had a look. The seat on the other end, which, as I said, my husband sits on more, the lining is all nicely uptight, and all the staples and everything like that are all nicely into the wood and everything. And there's no sign of anything like this. But on the other side that I'm talking about, the lining is all down. My husband could feel the spring coming through the lining, and it was all pulled away.
Right.
So I'm just taking a chance that it is going to be all right this time. Well,
we must keep fingers crossed.
Yes, that's right.
I would be very surprised if £899. Fundamentally, this is good quality furniture. I would be very surprised.
Yes, I agree
I imagine that the furniture, if you were to look underneath, will be made of fairly flimsy wood,
right,
with some springs, fairly cheap quality foam, and then a decent enough fabric over the top, so that it looks nice from the top. I would imagine that will be the basic construction of it, because if you think about the cost of manufacturing furniture like this, if it was made of hardwood with really good quality high-end foam and really good quality springs, you would be looking at a lot more than £900 for two sofas. So,
oh yes, I agree.
So we have to be realistic, but let's just hope that this second sofa, the replacement, is going to be good enough for it all now to last for a reasonable amount of time. One thing I would say to you, just switch up the seat that you sit in. Don't always sit in the same seat on the sofa.
No.
That way you will help to, get as much life out of it as you possibly can. If you're always sitting in the same seat and no one ever sits on the other seats, you will end up with very uneven wear on this kind of furniture. So try and switch it up a bit. Yeah. When are you due to receive your replacement?
They're actually delivering it on Wednesday.
Oh, are they?
Yes.
And they're going to take away the other one?
Yes, I had to wait for some packaging to be sent to me, which I received on Friday.
Yeah.
We've got to package the old one up and then they'll bring the new one and pick the old one up.
Okay, great. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. Listen to this. It's half the horn. They'll get the other half as soon as you've got your new sofa. Can we catch up on either Wednesday or Thursday?
Well, Wednesday would be better, because I'm usually out on a Thursday, unfortunately.
And what time's it turning up on Wednesday, did they say?
Well, I've got to wait for that. They'll send me an email tomorrow evening to tell me what time it will be delivered.
Well, fingers crossed it will be early doors, and then when I speak to you on Wednesday, it will have arrived. If not, I guess we'll have to make it Friday instead. But Sally, listen, we will talk to you very soon, okay?
Yes, right. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your help.
It's an absolute pleasure. Let's hope we're nearly there. Do you remember Lucy? Lucy came to me. She was telling me she had an old polycarbonate roof on her conservatory that needed to be replaced. So she found a company who could come out and do it.
They sent a survey around and they said, yep, we can do this, 5,700, and you're paying for instalments as a deposit when the materials arrive, when the roof is erected, and then when the job is finally done. The job was supposed to take 3 days to a week. They arrived on the 19th of October, the subcontractors, and from that point, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. And the third-party mediation company said, look, debit card dispute, can't do that. Wait for the company to cease trading, get the insurance back guarantee. Well, I can't do that because I've got water coming in, half plastered, building materials everywhere. Third option, small claims court. Spoken to a solicitor who said to me, well, it's a clear breach of contract, isn't it? This has been an absolute disaster. And I'm coming to you because it's a lengthy process and it's an expensive process. So I was just hoping if there might be something that you guys could do.
Well, I've been off to have a word with the company, and unfortunately it wasn't great news that I had to break to Lucy. I have dealt with the people that are running this company several times before under a previous company that they ran, and I had all kinds of complaints about. Lucy's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Lucy.
Hi, thanks for having me back.
Hello, right, so this is slightly more complicated, but unfortunately the complication just brings further bad news, doesn't it? The guy that owns the parent company I'm dealing with at the moment regarding another consumer complaint. He hasn't got any money. He says that COVID has utterly destroyed his business, and he is struggling to pay one of my other listeners the money that he owes her, so he's paying her £500 a month, which, to be fair, he's now made 2 payments, but I've had to chase him in order to get both of those payments. He owns the parent company. The people that it would appear are running the other company that actually did the work for you, as I say, I've dealt with them previously with another company that now seems to have gone out of business, but it's the same people that are running it, although the way they have structured the company is that the guy who used to be the MD of the previous company, it's now his partner that is the director listed on Companies House. Both of those bits of information, I'm afraid, give me a rather negative feeling about your chances of success with this conservatory roof. However, when I spoke to the guy who owns the parent company, he has been very keen to reassure me that he's not a bad guy, he's a decent person who is struggling. And he did say to me that what he was going to do was to try and put pressure on the other person who runs the company that he sold the franchise to try and get things sorted out. And to be fair, they did try and get in contact with you, didn't they, Lucy, last week?
Yeah, they did.
What's happened since we last spoke? Because I gather you've had some problems with the bad weather we've been having as well.
Yeah, so after you contacted them, about mid-last week-ish, we arranged that they would come back on Tuesday and do as per the third-party company's inspector had said, which is to remove X, Y, and Z materials.
Yeah.
So a third-party inspection could be done by a surveyor. So we arranged that for Tuesday, i.e. tomorrow. So that was all set up. In the meantime, I also managed to get hold of this third-party mediation company. I said, look, if they come and remove the stuff, will you re-engage with them? Will you send a surveyor again? And they said, yes. The only problem is our surveyors come once a month, and if they're removing the materials next week, well, that's when our inspections are happening, and you need a period of observation to see where the water's coming in. So we won't send a surveyor till the following month, which would be kind of mid to late July. So I was like, okay, it's another long wait. In the meantime, so that's how it was left. Then Friday came, and a lot of rain came. And the same side of the box gutter leaked, but in 3 different places. So we're emptying buckets, and we're putting towels down, and I'm getting more and more nervous. You know, the windowsill's filling up with water. So I called the company back, and I said, look, I know you're sending somebody Tuesday next week, but if there's any chance you could send somebody to remove these materials at any point over the weekend today, if you've got anybody, that would be brilliant, because then I can observe it as it rains over the weekend, and an inspector could come next week, you know, saving me a month. So they said, okay, we'll look into it, and we'll call you back. And when they called me back, they said, we can send somebody this afternoon, and they'll look at, you know, blocking the holes and fixing the leaks. And I said, well, hang on a minute, I don't really want that. I just want someone to be able to remove the material so I can get the inspector to come. And she said to me, okay, just let the person come, you know, let's assess it. And when the subcontractor came, he said, look, I can't remove all these materials now. I don't have time, because he arrived about 2:30. And he said, and I can't block the leaks because they're all over the place. What needs to happen is the box gutter needs to be stripped back and almost start again with it, which is a 2-day job, and I can come Monday. And I said, okay, but I really, you know, I've had 3 roofers aside from you come back numerous times, and they all sound very convincing and like they know what they're talking about, and they've all got a solution, and it's never fixed it. That's why I got the mediation company involved. And he said, well, that's what I'm offering. I'll go back to the company and I'll tell them that's what I'm prepared to do, and then you just need to give them a nod if you want to go ahead with that. So I was umming and ahhing, thinking, oh, should I let them have another go? And then the mediation company called me, because I'd also been trying to get hold of them. And they said to me, look, I know it's worrying when water comes in, but hold fire. Because, as you said, they've not been able to fix it before. They've just caused damage. And if they tamper with it anymore or do anything more, that original inspection that says X, Y, Z needs to be removed will kind of be null and void. The inspector just needs these to be stripped off, and he will come back next month. So I spoke to my partner about it, and I agreed that was the best way forward. So I emailed the company. I said, look, thanks for sending something today, but I want to stick with the original plan of them coming Tuesday and removing the materials. And that's the last that I've heard, and the weekend's happened now, and we're on Monday. So I was going to call them again today and say, look, are you still okay to send somebody Tuesday?
Right. I think it would probably be a good idea for me to drop them a line as well this afternoon. As I mentioned to you before, the problem I have is that the people that are running the company, they don't seem to want to have any conversation with me. They never have. And unfortunately, we end up in a situation where I have had to identify their company and indeed them as individuals. I've identified them numerous times on the programme. And this is the problem that I have. I don't have a relationship with them where I can pick up the phone and say, look, can you organise this? Can you get this sorted out? Because they simply don't want to communicate with me. So I can try and get hold of the first guy that owns the parent company and ask him to get the message and make it very clear that if this does not happen, we're going to end up back where we always end up with this company, where I'm going to end up having to name them on the programme. Because, and the reason for that, it would be completely and utterly inappropriate for any other company to wrongly be associated with this complaint. And to be honest with you, Lucy, we are almost at that point. Because already since last week, I've had a number of people contacting my programme off air, panicking because they are due to have a conservatory roof replaced, and they're panicking that the company that they have got to come and do it may be the one that's done your conservatory roof. So we are almost at the point where I will have to identify them. But I want to give them an opportunity to try and do the right thing first. And hopefully they will confirm that they're coming out tomorrow to strip the roof back to where it needs to be stripped so that it can be inspected, and so that we can find out exactly where the water's coming in and what needs to be done to sort it. Can you leave it with me? I'll drop the main guy a quick email this afternoon, let him know that's what's going to happen, and let's chat either tomorrow or Wednesday. Brilliant. Thank you, Lucy. We'll talk to you very soon. Dave, hello to you.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm absolutely marvellous, thank you, Dave. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, please. We bought a bed from a local store back in May, 19th of May. We had to wait a couple of weeks for it to be delivered. When it delivered, we got it put together and everything. After a couple of days, the bed base started to squeak. And we obviously took the mattress off and had a look at it. And it is just really, really poor quality bed frame. So we tried to get back in touch with the company, tried ringing them. I spent 2 or 3 days trying to get hold of them over the phone. No answer. It kept going through and saying that they couldn't take calls at the time, and just try ringing back. So we ended up going back into the store, explained the problem to the manager, and even he said that there was a problem getting through to the call centre, which wasn't very helpful at all. So eventually he sent an email into the head office, and we eventually got a phone call back, and they suggested that they would there wasn't much that they could do. So we...
Okay, just a couple of quickies. Firstly, when you purchased this bed, did you try it out in the shop first?
Yeah, we looked at it in the shop, we laid on it and everything, and it was fine.
Yeah, and did you look at the quality of it at the time? And
we didn't, because it was all dressed ready, and we didn't want to strip a bed down to have a look.
No, I understand that.
What the staff was saying. But
how much was the bed?
£500.
What size?
King size.
And that's for mattress and bed frame?
It was a divan base, mattress and a headboard.
Okay. And what is actually wrong with the base? I mean, you say it's not a very good quality. How do you know that?
Once you take the drawers out, you can look at the wood on the inside, and it looks like scrap pieces of wood that have been used to make the frame. And also the plywood that is on the top of the base is dipping as well.
Right.
So there's no structure in the middle of the base at all, really.
Okay. For £500 for a mattress, divan, and a headboard, you're not going to get a terribly good combination of products.
It was reduced down. It was in a sale, like 50% off sale, which was why we went to it.
Right.
So whether it was like end of line or something like that.
Okay. The mattress, is the mattress okay?
Yeah, the mattress is okay. Yeah.
But the actual bed base is just... and is it still squeaking?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, any long-term listeners of my programme will remember that we had something that ran on my programme. This is going back about 10 years now. But I bought a very nice bed, quite an expensive bed. And my bed also, from the divan base, started making this squeaking noise. And I, of course, being me, I recorded it and I played it out on the radio. And it sounded quite amusing, this squeaky noise, as you can imagine, coming from the bed. And the company, I contacted the company and they came and removed it and they replaced the actual bed base, and the new one never squeaked again.
Okay.
Is there a chance that the bed base could be replaced and that would then solve the squeaking?
That is what the company have said. But, however, we've been back to the store now and we've looked at the display one on the store, and it's exactly the same quality that's on the display as what we've got at home. So I'm worried now that it will be exactly the same.
So you would like to replace, because of the poor quality base,
Yeah.
you would like, and I presume, are you prepared to pay more?
We've said that we'll pay more and get a proper frame rather than a divan base. We said we'd upgrade it to a frame, but they've said no, they wouldn't accept that either. Right.
Okay. Well, I think I'm going to have to go and have a little word with them for you, aren't I, and just find out why they're selling. From what you're have you got any photos of the bed base?
Yeah, I've got some photos that I can send on. Yeah.
That would be very useful, actually, for me just to make a judgment.
Yeah.
Because if it's as bad as you're suggesting it is, I would imagine this company would not necessarily want those photos to go public.
Mm-hmm.
I presume they wouldn't.
We've done a bit more homework now as well. We've looked at all of the reviews, and we start seeing that there's a few reviews that maybe we should have read before buying the frames, the bed and everything.
it is becoming increasingly apparent that everyone needs to do as much research as they can on a company and a product before they buy it nowadays. Because there's so much stuff on the market, in shops, sometimes even from well-known reputable retailers, that, to be honest, you wouldn't want to spend your money on.
Yeah.
So, I think good advice for anyone listening to the programme. If ever you're thinking of buying anything, particularly a big purchase, always do as much research as you possibly can on not only the company that you're buying the product from, but also look up that particular product, see what other people are saying. When you Google that product, does it suddenly come up with a whole forum of people saying, I bought this bed, it was absolute rubbish, it all fell apart, and those kinds of things. It's quite quick and easy to do, and it can save you a whole load of headaches in the future. I think that's good advice. But listen, what I'm going to do, I'll pass you back, we'll get some detail, and I will contact that company. If I've got the photos, that would be helpful, and I will put to them, why are they selling such a poor quality bed base, and when it's been observed and pointed out to them, why are they not prepared to try and sort something else out for their customer?
I mean, exactly. It was still within the 30 days anyway, so I thought within the 30 days I could return it because it's faulty and ask for a refund.
Yes, you can reject the goods as long as it's considered to be a substantial fault, and therefore something that is serious enough to affect your ability to use the product. I mean, I guess we can probably argue that the squeakiness would suggest that is going to be an impediment to your ability to sleep on it. Leave it with me, Dave. I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, OK?
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
OK, will do. I bought an electric leather recliner sofa in December 2016. I also purchased an extended warranty package on it, which covers for accidental damage. It was delivered in February 2017, and it was the 26th of May, I noticed that the top coat of the leather was peeling. It's got like a seal on it, and it all started peeling, a bit like when you go on holiday and you get sunburnt. It looks a bit like that.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good. I sent you some pictures. I don't know whether you've seen them or not.
I'm just being told I'm having them forwarded on to me. Hang on a minute. So let me have a little look at this. Oh, yes, that doesn't look very nice at all, does it?
No, it's not great. So I contacted the accidental damage warranty people because I wasn't sure whether it would be covered or not. And they said, no, it's not, because it's not accidental damage. So I went back to the retailer and they said, email the details through. So I emailed the details through to them, and I quoted the Consumer Rights Act at them. And they just said, no, it's not covered. It's past its warranty. It'll be chargeable. And I don't know. It's just over 4 years old, so I don't know whether that's a reasonable amount of time for it to last or not. I mean,
it's 4 years and 5 months old, isn't it, when it first started demonstrating the problem?
It was February, March, April, May. 4 and 3, and that because it was May.
I thought you said you bought it December.
No, I purchased it in December, but doesn't it start from when it arrives?
Oh, yes. When did it arrive then?
February 2017.
Feb 17. Okay.
And it was the end of February as well.
Okay. And how much did you pay for it?
It was $995. So it's not like a really expensive one, but
no,
I don't know.
No, it's not. And the leather, as a result of that price point, there will be a limit on the kind of quality of leather that you're going to get and the treatment of that leather for that kind of price. Listen, I'm not being snobby when I say this, because I myself, my last sofa was a relatively inexpensive leather sofa as well, and that also, after 4 or 5 years, it started to go a bit funny and discoloured and not looking great, to be honest with you. But it was just because it was not a very expensive leather sofa, and as a result of it, you can only expect so much. So do you want to know from me whether I believe that sofa has lasted for a reasonable amount of time before it started peeling in this way.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I've cleaned it with is it came with like a leather care kit. And they said to do it with a dry microfiber cloth and then use the leather protector, and there's a cleaner and a protector, which I've done, and the rest of the sofa is fine. It's only peeling in like one little place, so I don't know.
Yes.
Whether or not it's worth pursuing or not.
Is it only the picture that I can see now has two kind of little patches where it's peeling? Are they the only two patches?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Do you know what I think I would do? Is that apart from the two patches that are peeling, is the rest of the sofa all looking fine?
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
There are some companies that are local. And in fact, some of those companies specialise more in car leather upholstery, but there are some experts at repairing leather furniture and the leather coating. Right. I remember a few years ago, I had a Volvo, actually it was, and it had cream leather interior. And the interior was absolutely beautiful, apart from the bit at the side of the chair, neck where the seatbelt goes, where every time I got in and out of the car, obviously that part of the leather was all wearing and it got all kind of scratched and marked, and it started to lose some of the cream colour off it, and it looked a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
And I contacted a guy at my local Volvo dealer, and he said, I'll put you in touch with so-and-so. He comes to our dealership, and any kind of upholstery issues he repairs. This guy, Joe, I tell you, he was like a magician. I've never seen anything like it. He was there. It cost me about 99 quid, and he did it on my driveway, and that chair looked like a brand new chair within about an hour. I don't know what he did, but it was incredible. He just completely repainted it and blended it all in with the rest of the chair. You couldn't see any difference whatsoever. It was amazing. The repair that he did.
Well, I was wondering whether it was worth doing something like that, or whether to try and pursue.
I just think, and what I'm more than happy to do is to call the company just to see if they change their mind at all. But if they don't, and they dig their heels in and they say, look, as far as we are concerned, we believe the sofa, for the price point, has lasted for a reasonable amount of time. The problem with the leather is just wear and tear. Is this the seat where you normally sit in?
Yeah, it's where my head rests against it, and I don't know whether it's when you lean your head back, and that's right where my head goes.
Do you know what the problem you're going to have? Have they mentioned the oils in your skin?
No.
Have they asked? Are you on any medication at all?
No.
Don't take any tablets or anything at all.
No, I don't know. Only antihistamine, but that wouldn't do anything, would it?
I don't think so. But very often, furniture companies will say that certain people in our natural oil that's in our skin, where that oil comes into contact with the leather, it can have, maybe there's something a little bit acidic about perspiration or the oil in your body, and that's what's affected the top layer of leather. So I'm surprised they haven't tried to blame that, because very often furniture companies will do that, and they will blame your kind of skin. I'm happy to try and call them and to see if they are prepared to do anything, but it may well be they're not. If I were in your position, at that point you would then have two alternatives. Alternative number one would be that you get some kind of report carried out by a leather expert who is able to look at the leather and would determine that the leather was not of very good quality, and that's why it's gone wrong like that, and you would then threaten to take the company to the small claims court. However, of course, when you're looking at a 4 or 5 year old sofa, it might not be that clear cut. It might not go your way. So if it was going to cost, for example, 100 quid for one of these leather expert guys or girls to come round, and if they were able to completely make that mark on the leather completely invisible, down to their special repair that they're able to do, I think there's a part of me that would say, well, do you know what? I'll just suck it up and I'll spend 100 quid and have it renovated and it will look perfect. Because even if the company were prepared to do something to help you, if they were, for example, to offer you your money back, it's probably on a sofa of that age, it's probably not going to be very much anyway. So, to spend £100 if you were able to get that leather restored, I think I would be inclined to go down that line, to be honest with you.
Because it's in really good condition apart from that little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the same. That was the same with my car seats. They were lovely, apart from this one area that where it was getting all the wear and tear, it was just making the rest of the car interior just look a bit shabby. And when I had that restored, the car looked like a brand new car inside again. It was amazing, the effect that it had. And it may well be that one of these leather repairers is able to completely make those marks invisible, and then it will look like a brand new suite again, won't it?
Yeah, it would do, yeah.
So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pass you back to the team. I'll make contact with the company, and I think what I will do is I will suggest to them, would they be prepared to look at assisting you in terms of the cost of a repair on it?
Yes, that would be good, yes.
Maybe that's the best way. I'm not making any guarantees to you, but let me ask them if they would be prepared to do that, and let's take it from there, yeah?
That would be great. Thank you, Jonathan.
OK, fine. Joe, I'll pass you back. We'll get some detail, and I'll go and have a word with them for you this afternoon.
Thanks very much, Jonathan.
OK, thanks very much indeed. And I think there may even be one company listening to this programme that does that kind of leather repair. I don't know whether you would agree with my assessment on it, that it's a fairly straightforward. The two marks on the leather are not very big. They look about the size of 50 pence a coin. So I wouldn't have thought very expensive. And it's just the top layer that seems to have peeled off. Is that easy to repair or not? Now, Kevin wanted to send a parcel over his 2-year-old granddaughter in India. It was supposed to be a relatively simple thing to do. It was for her birthday. But unfortunately, it's gone badly wrong. This parcel's gone missing, and Kevin said to me he was getting no joy whatsoever from the delivery company as to what had happened.
They've been very aggressive in a way. They haven't really been helpful at all. They've basically saying that it's with customs when they're speaking to me, but obviously that's completely different to what they're telling our son over in India. I said, can you prove that? And they said, oh, yes. And they said, if you look at the website, it proves it. I've looked at the website. What are you talking about? So they said, oh, it shows that it goes to a particular gate. I said, that's not telling me that that's showing that customs have had it. Customs have given no receipt for it. We've had no request either in England or in India for any duty to be paid. But in India, they've been getting something completely different from the delivery company. It's the delivery company who are talking to them, not customs. What's
the value of the clothes?
Approximately £80.
And how much did you pay for the sending cost?
£78 or £79. We've got the exact price.
You paid £78 to send the parcel?
Yes.
Well, you can understand why Kevin wasn't very happy. I promised him I would contact this delivery company and try and get things sorted out. And to be fair to them, the response that came back was a positive one. But has that positive response translated into a positive action? Let's find out, because Kevin's back on the JVS show. Hello, Kevin.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. So the company concerned is DHL Express. They came back with this response. They said the parcel arrived in India and was held by India Customs in line with standard practice. For customs clearance, the recipient is required to provide documentation. We attempted to make contact with the recipient on several occasions, but we've not had a response. As a goodwill gesture, we have offered Kevin a refund, including the cost of the item. We're also in discussion with Kevin to help facilitate contact with the recipient so we can try again to obtain the customs documentation required to make delivery. So that sounded great. It sounded as if not only were they going to make sure that you were fully reimbursed for your financial losses as a result of all of this, but it sounded as if they were also going to try to still get the parcel delivered to your granddaughter as well. It sounds great, but is it great? Have they done what they said they were going to do? What's the latest, Kevin? I gather there has been some progress on this.
Yes. We've had the insurance money refunded and the cost of posting refunded.
Good.
So, but what we're getting a run round in terms of the promise that they'd get the parcel there. I kind of feel like I've paid for a service that didn't really happen. So they've compensated for the fact that the service hasn't happened, but on the other hand, I'm only really back to square one. I'm back to where I was before I sent the parcel. So we'd love to get that parcel to her because we can't get to see her. We would have been going to see her, but because of COVID, we can't travel to see her. So for her, she's growing up quickly, and the clothes won't be any use to her if they don't get to her in time.
Right. Well, I mean, first up, you're not back to square one because they've fully reimbursed you for all of your costs. So you've received, I would hope, the full cost of the parcel and also the cost that you had paid DHL in order to get the parcel to your granddaughter, yes?
Right, yes, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I must say I don't think we would have got there had it not been for you, because until you were involved in this, until you and your team were involved, we really weren't getting anywhere with them. We were getting all sorts of nonsense coming back.
Okay.
That it wasn't insured when it was insured, and all sorts of...
Okay. Well, I'm pleased that you've now been fully reimbursed. To be fair to them, they have never, in the statement that they made, given a guarantee that they were going to get that parcel delivered.
No.
So, they did say, we are also in discussion with Kevin to help facilitate contact with the recipient so we can try again to obtain the customs documentation required to make delivery. That's always, as far as I'm concerned, been something that they would try to do, but they're not making assurance to do. And as long as they fully reimbursed you, that's all they have to do. It would be very nice if they could still deliver the parcel, but I don't think when they've given you all your money back, it would be fair and reasonable for us to carry on giving them a kicking. So what have they actually said in terms of where is the parcel at the moment in India?
Let me think. It keeps changing. The most recent one is that they've got it, but I think they asked. That's it. They asked for an alternative address, but I think they're saying that it's with. No, they haven't actually said where it is. They've said it. At one stage they've said it was with customs. One stage they said that customs had destroyed it. Then later after that they said that they had located the parcel, but they didn't actually tell us where it was.
Right. Well, I tell you what I'm happy to do. I mean, firstly, I want to thank DHL Express for fully reimbursing you all of your costs. So I understand this is a frustrating experience, but at least it hasn't cost you anything now as a result. So thank you very much indeed to them for doing that. What I will do is contact them this afternoon and just see if we can get an update in terms of where that parcel is now. Do they still think that there's any chance of being able to deliver it? If not, then I think they just now need to make that clear, don't they? Because then you can move on. Because it feels to me very much as if you're still clinging to the hope that eventually that parcel is going to arrive with your granddaughter. And I completely understand why you'd sent her birthday present. So I completely get why you want it to arrive. But it may well be that the parcel it ain't going to arrive. In which case, we need to know that, don't we? So you can move on.
Well, it seems it's internally within DHL, because they did ask for this alternative address, which I sent through. But they are telling me that DHL in India are saying that they don't allow for it to be an alternative address, that can't be done. And I said to them, well, surely they're agents for you, or they're directly employed by you or whatever. But, you need to tell them that it can be done, because they've asked for me to give the alternative address, or else they don't know their left hand from their right hand in terms of DHL UK and DHL India. To say, give us the alternative address, and then to come back and say, no, we can't do it alternative address. That's what India's told us. And I'm thinking, well, what's going on here? Okay. But it seems to me like India are just giving them a run round and sort of having a joke with them or something.
Well, I'm sure it's not that they're having a joke with them at all. It sounds to me as if, obviously, the parcel is somewhere, but maybe there's confusion as to where it actually is. I mean, that is unfortunately very common with some of these delivery companies, that things can sit in a warehouse and either someone hasn't actually found it, or someone hasn't noticed it, or the part or the labels come off it, or whatever. I think we just need to find out, do they know where that parcel is? Are they going to get that parcel? And if they don't, can they please just say that now, because we can draw a line under it and move on, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kevin, leave it with me. I will put another call into them this afternoon. Remember Sean? Sean came to me regarding a trip that he'd booked. This was originally to go to Belgium in 2020. Well, it was initially postponed because of coronavirus, and he was able to change his accommodation and his flights to this year instead. The festival, he was telling me, has just been postponed again until 2022. Well, he came to me, and I mean, this was cutting it a bit fine, but he came to me just a day before his outbound flight was due to leave.
What they've done, they've just cancelled the return flight,
Right.
not the outgoing flight, which is due to go at 6:20 tomorrow morning. If we want to change it or amend the booking, it would be a £90 fee each. And last time it was only £12.
So is that's your issue then? Is it that the airline are saying to you, if you want to change the date of the flight again, they're going to charge you 180 quid?
Yeah, for two people, and it's three people because I've got my friend as well, so that's three lots of £90. Yeah, and how can they send us out there and not have a flight back?
Well, as you can imagine, Sean was very unhappy with this, so I promised him I would contact the airline and see what I could do, although it was cutting it very fine. Well, he's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Sean.
Hello there, Jonathan. Thank
now,
you.
to be honest, this airline, it's a bit hit and miss. Sometimes when I contact them, they are helpful. Other times they are not helpful at all. And sometimes they are helpful, but they don't tell me they've been helpful. So I contacted them, and I gather you then heard from them. What did they say?
Yes, they've been very helpful indeed. They did send me an email on the Friday. Chap was spoke to a real person on the email, and he was most helpful indeed. And he did, in fact, give me a full refund.
Fantastic. So you got all the money back now in cash form?
It was back to my credit card in cash, yes. So,
okay, brilliant. So you can use that for whatever you want. It's not necessarily just a voucher with this airline.
That's correct, yeah. So they were very helpful, and I don't think I would have got anywhere without your help, so thank you very much.
It's a pleasure, as I say. I mean, it is a bit... I was worried because it was cutting it so fine.
Yeah.
But I'm absolutely delighted that they've decided to get it sorted out. And what are you going to do about the trip next year? Are you just wait and see what happens, or are you going to go ahead and book the flights now?
Oh, well, we're going to have to book the flights because they're going to sell out. So we're just chatting to the parties involved who are going on this trip to this festival. So we'll see what we can do. Obviously, we'll book some insurance as well this time, double safe. And we'll go from there.
Yes, well, let's hope. I mean, we would all hope that by 2022, things are back to normal. And international travel, you can book with confidence that you're going to be going. But then, to be honest, many of us thought that was going to happen this year, and it hasn't happened at all, has it? And certainly after what the Prime Minister was saying yesterday, it's looking unlikely as to whether it will happen this year.
No, we're going to be staying put this year, and holidays at home.
Holidays at home. Well, there we go. Listen, I will thank the airline very much indeed for giving you your money back. If you have any other problems, you know where we are. Anna came to me about a spin bike. She wanted a spin bike, so she purchased one online. It cost her £199, but, well, hasn't lasted very long at all.
After about a month of use, the pedal broke on it. I contacted the service, and they provided me with a new pedal and what it needs to be attached to, which is called a crank. I'm not very bike savvy. Managed to replace the pedal, used it for a further 6 weeks, and it happened again. And they sent me a replacement pedal with this crank thing. They didn't provide any instructions. I asked to speak with an engineer because I couldn't change the part myself. I asked for instructional videos, anything that could support me to get this fixed again. They said that they can't provide any further assistance than what they're already providing. So I've been back and forth with them because I cannot get this bike repaired. I only had it for a few weeks before it started to break and not work. I physically cannot change it, and I've had others look at it, and they can't change these parts either. The parts are welded.
Well, Anna didn't really fancy doing a part-time welding course in order to work out how to fix her spin bike, so she was really hoping, and I don't think it's an unreasonable hope, that the company that had been quite happy to take her money would either send someone out to repair it, or if it can't be repaired, take the thing back and give her her money back. Well, I went off to have a word with the company on Anna's behalf. Anna's back on the JVS show. Hello, Anna.
Hi, good morning.
Now, I'd never heard of this company before, which is normally a good thing. I don't know, had you heard of them before, or did you kind of just do a bit of a Google search and come across them in the first place?
I had heard of them before. I'd heard of them because they do all sorts of weights and other things like that. So I'd heard from a friend that they had bought things during the lockdown.
Right.
And they had a lot more availability than the other places that were selling similar items.
Okay. Always a good idea, just a bit of advice for everyone listening to the programme. We do live in a world now where so many people are buying stuff on the internet, and during the pandemic, when people haven't been able to get out to shops, of course, so many people have now switched their shopping habits and they are now buying stuff online. Just make sure, particularly if you're buying from a company you've never heard of, make sure you do your homework, make sure you look up customer reviews, see how happy people are, because it may well be that you're about to part with your money from a company that's going to mess you around royally. And life is short. You don't need the stress of all of that. Now, the good news is this company, when I made contact with them, they responded very promptly. They didn't seem to want to get into a protracted conversation about the problem. They simply came back and said, we can confirm that Anna's complaint has been resolved to her satisfaction. She's been issued with a full refund for her purchase, and we've apologised for the delay in communication. Well, that was now, a couple of weeks ago. What's the latest, Anna? Is everything sorted?
Not quite. They said they would give me a refund upon having a courier pick up the parcel, the bike. I stayed in all day for it to be picked up, and nobody arrived to pick it up. So I haven't had a refund because the courier hasn't picked it up. I did go back to the company and said, the courier hasn't come to pick this up. Can we reschedule, because they're not allowing me to do that online? And they've come back and said the courier will be in contact, but I haven't heard anything. So I'm still with a defective bike in my house without a refund just yet.
Well, that's very annoying. And are they accepting responsibility for the fact the courier didn't turn up? They're not suggesting that the courier did turn up and you didn't open the door or anything like that?
No, they've said that they've spoken with the courier and they've asked to ensure that it's picked up without failure to do so. So I don't know if it's a courier issue. It's a courier I've never used before. Quite a difficult process to go through picking up, it seems. But they didn't come and I was in all day. So I'm hoping that they'll get in touch and I can rearrange.
It's really annoying. I really hope that this company did not assume that by sending me an email to suggest everything would be sorted would be enough for me to simply say, oh, there we go, Anna, it's all sorted, bye-bye. Because if they do assume that, I'm afraid they don't know me and they don't know my programme very well. I follow cases all the way through until their conclusion. So I think what I need to do is to drop them a line, explain that you and I have had the conversation, explain that I'm extremely disappointed, that despite their warm words, nothing has happened. You haven't got your money back and you've still got the blooming bike sitting in your property. Let me see if I can hurry them up. And if they don't, well, I will be left with no alternative but to identify the company, and I'm sure they don't want that. Anna, leave it with me. I will go and make some calls this afternoon. I'll talk to you soon. Lucy had an old polycarbonate roof on her conservatory that needed replacing. She found a company that could do the job for her.
They sent a survey around and they said, yep, we can do this, 5,700. And you're paying for instalments as a deposit when the materials arrive, when the roof is erected, and then when the job is finally done. The job was supposed to take 3 days to a week. They arrived on the 19th of October, the subcontractors, and from that point, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. And the third-party mediation company said, look, debit card dispute, can't do that. wait for the company to cease trading, get the insurance back guarantee. Well, I can't do that because I've got water coming in, half plastered, building materials everywhere. Third option, small claims court. Spoken to a solicitor who said to me, well, it's a clear breach of contract, isn't it? This has been an absolute disaster. And I'm coming to you because it's a lengthy process and it's an expensive process. So I was just hoping if there might be something that you guys could do.
Well, unfortunately, when I looked into this after I spoke to Lucy initially, my heart sank when I saw the individuals that I was going to be having to deal with. And let me just explain more in just a second. Lucy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lucy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm dealing with two different people. Firstly, I'm dealing with the guy that owns the parent company that I'm actually in communication with about another consumer complaint at the moment as well. The other consumer complaint is regarding a kitchen and the fact that this man owes one of my other listeners a lot of money. When I contacted him, he said, I'm in terrible financial straits. COVID has destroyed my business. I'm trying to keep my head above water. He said that the whole thing's making him ill. He wants to pay my other listener back, but he hasn't got the money, so he will need to do it in instalments. Now, to be fair, he has made 2 payments now. I've had to chase him both times, but he has made 2 payments, but he still owes my other listener a lot of money. Now, he owns the parent company that sold a franchise to another guy that I have had dealings with several times before, with a previous company that he used to run that I had a number of complaints about. Now, it would appear this guy is now running this new conservatory company. The way the company is structured means that his name is not listed as one of the directors. He's actually got his partner to be the director of the company. But again, it's the same family that are running it. It's him, his daughter. I've had dealings with them in the past, but they don't seem to want to have a conversation with me. And we normally get to a situation where I end up identifying him and his company on my programme. So you can understand why, Lucy, when I looked at all of this, I held my head in my hands and thought, oh no, not again. Here we go again. This is a nightmare. To be fair, the first guy, the guy that I'm dealing with on the other consumer complaint, he was very keen to try and resolve this matter in the same way that he's trying to resolve the other matter. He said, you know, I'm not a bad guy. Please don't think that I'm a bad guy and I'm a bad businessman. I'm just having difficulty. He said, but I will try and speak to the chap who owns the franchise and I will try and get him to sort it out. And to be fair, he has done that because you then heard from them and they started being far more constructive than they had been for quite some time. They said they were going to come out to your property, and indeed someone has now been out to your property to have a look at the situation. But, that's right. But you need them, and you've had a conversation with them, you need them to come and to expose certain parts of the roof structure so that an independent company can assess what's going wrong and can determine what needs to be done to sort this leaky conservatory roof out. When you and I spoke yesterday, you were telling me that the company seemed to be now offering a repair, but had gone quite quiet on the whole idea of them exposing the roof for this independent body to come and have a look at. Well, I dropped the main guy that I'm talking to, I dropped him another email yesterday afternoon, and I gather you've heard from them again. So this procedure seems to be working in terms of getting the lines of communication open. What have they said now? What's going on?
Yeah, that's right. So after I spoke to you, I gave them a call, the company, and they said, yep, we're still sending somebody tomorrow to take off the materials as per the inspector's report. And they'll be with you in the morning. And now we're on to today. Some subcontractors arrived at about 8 o'clock. They had the email list of all the materials that needed to be removed as per the report. I confirmed it with them. I think they were under some kind of impression they might be able to fix it as well. And I said, no, just do exactly what is on this email, what this report has said. And as I've confirmed with them to do that, and they're doing it as we speak.
Right. And how are they going to leave the roof at the end of it? I mean, does this mean now that whenever it rains, water is going to come pouring in or not?
It does mean that, I think, yeah.
No.
And because there's less material in the way to kind of buffer it, I think it will be worse. However, as per what the inspector has said, we need that to happen so we can see exactly when water's coming in, because water can come in, can trickle here and trickle there, and can be quite misleading as to where the actual problem is. So obviously the roof will be left up, the box gutter that goes around the edge of the big thick gutter, all of that will be exposed in terms of its aluminium will be exposed. There won't be any insulating material sat either side of it. It will lead worse, but then unfortunately I've got to go through a month's observation period of observing and taking videos of exactly where it comes in and if condensation also sits on it. And the inspections are due to happen around this kind of time in July. So then it's just a waiting game.
Right. Okay. Well, the good news is they're there, which is, to be honest with you, Lucy, all of this, and I want to be fair with the people that are running this company that I have had issues with in the past, this is an improvement compared to what normally happens. Because normally they pull up the drawbridge, they don't take my calls, they simply put their fingers in their ears and pretend that I'm going to go away. And of course I don't. So the fact that there are chaps out at your property now taking the part of the roof off that they need to take off to expose this is all good news. Let's just hope that helpfulness continues. Can you please keep me in the loop? Keep me posted. If you need me to do any more chasing from my end, I'm more than happy to do so. And let's just hope that this company do indeed, when it's pointed out what needs to be done, let's hope they get it done, and then they can get you and me off their back nice and promptly, yeah?
Yes, agreed. Thank you.
Okay. Do you remember Joanne? Joanne came to me. She was telling me that she's got a couple of problems with her new £15,000 kitchen. She had it fitted about 2 days before Christmas. The first issue began with the worktop.
It's meant to be very durable. It's meant to take any stain, and that's why we ordered it for that purpose. But as soon as we put the spotlights on, when it was night time, we could see it was covered in very fine scratches. They did come out, they did say, yes, something needs doing with it, but then I haven't heard anything since. The other problem is the machine broke down, washing machine.
A washing machine, right.
That was fitted by the same company at the same time, but it's kept stopping mid-cycle. I rang them, they sent an engineer out, and they said, look, I think the easiest thing to do is we'll get you a new machine put in. So I said, that's lovely. Haven't heard a thing since.
Well, I promised Joanne that I would get on to the company on her behalf and try and get things sorted out. What's the latest? Let's find out, because Joanne's back on the JVS show. Hello, Joanne.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Joanne. Right. So first up, let's talk about the very positive news. When I contacted the company, they sorted the washing machine, didn't they? That was all sorted fairly promptly.
Yes, I've got a new washing machine that's working fantastic. Thank you.
Brilliant. You've been doing. I presume you've been doing loads of washing ever since you had it plumbed in.
I have. I've been having a whale of a time with it.
Okay, well that sounds super. So the washing machine, we can put a big tick next to that. That's sorted out.
Yes.
Regarding the worktop, it was a bit more frustrating because you were telling me that when they'd originally been out to have a look at it, they suggested that what it needed was repolishing. Well, I mean, it may well be that you can do some kind of polishing out of the scratches on the worktop. I'd be a little bit surprised if that could be done in your home. I could understand it if it was done in the factory, if they took it away and polished it and then brought it back again. But there we go. If they can come to your house and repolish it, then that's marvellous. But when you then spoke to them recently, you were saying that the woman in the director's office, who, as a result of my contact to this company, is now dealing with your case for you, she'd suddenly suggested that actually they weren't prepared to do what they'd previously suggested. And in fact, what they said to you was that you should just use a cream cleaner. for about 6 weeks. And if you use the cream cleaner on the worktop over 6 weeks, that should reduce the scratches. You certainly won't notice them so much. Well,
that's correct.
I've got a bit of an issue with that. I mean, firstly, when the worktop was delivered to you, it came with the scratches. These scratches didn't develop as a result of your use. You are entitled to expect that this worktop would be up to standard. You spent a lot of money on the worktop, and it should look really super duper. And I don't understand why you should be having to try and cream clean away the scratches. If they were confident that cream cleaner would work, then surely they should send someone round with a special buffing machine to polish it for you. So I got back in touch with them after our last conversation, and I made it very clear I was not very impressed with this suggested solution. And I gather they've been back in touch again, and there's a new offer on the table or on the worktop. What are they saying now?
Yeah, so I actually looked it up after our last conversation, and I'm speaking to the assistant of the chief executive. So she has now said that they're happy to pay half of the worktop back to me. So where I spent £4,333 on the worktop, they're willing to pay me £2,176 back. And they're saying that they're still pretty confident that I should be able to get the scratches out. But whether they come out or not, that is the offer on the table.
Okay. Two things. I don't believe that cream cleaner is going to get those scratches out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just don't think that it will. Cream cleaner on this kind of... I have a very similar worktop. It's a man-made stone, isn't it? The worktop.
Yeah.
Cream cleaner is brilliant for stains such as red wine, just as a little tip for you, if you ever leave a bottle of red wine on it and you end up with that circular red wine stain and you try to clean it with a wet cloth and you think, oh my God, it's soaked in. Cream cleaner will get that out.
Okay.
Cream cleaner will also get out curry stains. If you ever have a takeaway and you put the container down on the worktop and you lift it up and there's all this yellow that's soaked into the stone and you think, I've ruined it. Again, cream cleaner will get that out.
Okay.
I would be surprised if cream cleaner got rid of the scratches.
Yeah.
I would have thought the only thing the cream cleaner is likely to do is to, if you use it enough, it's going to take the top layer of the stone off.
Yeah.
And it may well be that there is a very, when you use something like T-cut on a car, it has a cutting element in the cream, which basically scratches off like very fine sandpaper. It takes off the top layer of the polish, which when you're dealing with a scratch on a car, you can make the scratch much less noticeable or even disappear. But what it's ultimately doing is rather like sandpaper, you're sanding off the top layer.
Okay.
And I wouldn't be surprised if with this worktop, what you would end up doing if you use the cream cleaner in one particular part where the scratch is over and over and over again, I wouldn't be at all surprised if you start to actually notice that patch as being slightly dull compared to the rest of it.
Right.
That's just my gut feeling, having a worktop that's very similar to this. So the question really is, if you can't get rid of the scratches, are you prepared to live with the scratches, considering you've had a half-price worktop?
I think I am. I think I'm happy with the compromise that they've come up with, considering... In the first place, she said that I was absolutely going to get nothing back, no refund, no money off at all.
Yeah.
I think I'm quite happy with 50% off.
Well, it's a lot of money back. I mean, 50% on a 4,000 odd quid worktop is a lot of money back, isn't it? You can buy a lot of cream cleaner with £2,000.
Yeah, definitely. And also, the worktop people are due to come out in July to do another job on the worktop, so I would ask them while they were there their advice further on what I could do to get them out. But also the fact that I can only see them when the spotlights are on as well, I think I'm happy with that, but I wanted to just see what your reaction was, if you thought it was a fair offer.
Well, it's a lot of money back, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, I think we're all different and we all have different tolerances. Now, as someone who has a very similar worktop to you,
yeah,
when you are using that worktop, gradually, when you use that worktop, I'm afraid to say it is going to start to get a bit worn in different ways.
Yeah.
My worktop over the years, it looked absolutely gorgeous when it was put in, all shiny and lovely and gorgeous. Unfortunately, as is the way when you live in this neck of the woods around the sink, you can get a bit lime scale all on the stone around the sink, and that when you then try and take that off, it can take some of the shininess away.
Yeah.
The worktop is not going to look perfect and shiny forever, is what I'm saying. So as long as you can live with the scratches until the worktop starts to naturally start to age anyway. You're dealing with stone, so it is going to get, as you're putting saucepans across it or whatever it may be, you're going to get marks on it anyway.
Yeah.
So hopefully it won't be an issue and it will start to just look like a lived with worktop rather than a showroom worktop.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think personally I would be quite happy with that. But I think what I would certainly do, and you've already suggested you're going to do this, is to talk to that worktop company and just to say to them, is there anything you could do to polish this? Because if they said, oh, yeah, well, for 200 quid, we'll come out with a special machine and we'll polish the whole thing up, you've got plenty of money in that money that they're giving you back to be able to cover the cost of that. So you could try and do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But I think it's a fair offer to go forward with, to either try and get them out myself or just to live with them.
Yeah. The one other bit of advice I would give you, I don't know how much you love lemons and lemon juice in your cooking. Be very, very careful. Lemon juice, and I've done it so many times now, you squeeze a lemon or you're cutting a lemon for some gin and tonics and some of the lemon juice runs off the chopping board and before you know it, it's soaked into the worktop. That has a very damaging effect on the surface of this kind of worktop.
Oh, okay.
So be very careful. It's kind of very acidic and it seems to leave a mark and you can't get that out, unfortunately. So just be very careful with that as well.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
So what's the process now then? Do you need to just go back to the company and accept their offer?
Yeah, she told me that the offer was on the table until Monday.
Fine.
So she told me to get back in touch with her before Monday and then they will send me a cheque out for that amount.
Okay. I think go for it. If you're happy with that, go for it.
Yes, I'm happy with that. I just wanted some recognition that it wasn't perfect when it went in.
No, exactly. And we're not talking about a cracked worktop or something that has such a fundamental problem with it, it's unusable.
Yeah.
This is just some scratches that don't look ideal on a brand new worktop, and I completely get that. So let's hope that you will gradually be able to get rid of them, or this other company can come and polish them out. But that money will be great. Shall I give the company this? Just a bit more of the horn for the offer, and they'll get the rest as soon as the money's in your account. Now, Irene bought a hot tub last August, but after using it for 6 weeks, it stopped getting hot.
It worked for 6 weeks, and then it just didn't heat up anymore. So I tried to contact the company, couldn't get through. They don't answer the phone. I tried every day. Then I emailed them, and somebody answered after 2 months. A guy emailed me and said, yes, it's under warranty. I'll arrange a collection and you package it up and we'll repair it.
Well, after a couple of repairs, it still wasn't working properly, and Irene said, "Joe, I've just had enough of this blooming thing. I've spent a lot of money on it, and for most of the year, I haven't been able to use it at all. It's just rubbish." Well, I went off to speak to the company on Irene's behalf because they were refusing to do any more for her. Thankfully, they changed their mind. Irene's back on the JVS show. Hello, Irene.
Hello.
Hello. So, as you know, when I went off to have a word with this company, even though they had originally suggested they weren't prepared to do any more for you, they then said that actually what they would do is they would take it away and they would replace the hot tub with a better hot tub for you.
Yes.
Now, you were understandably, considering the experience you'd had with the previous hot tub, you've lost some faith in this company. You're not necessarily trusting that you're not going to have other issues with the new hot tub. So what I did after our last conversation was I dropped them an email and I expressed just that to them. I said, look, Irene, OK, she's not desperately happy with this idea of a replacement. She'd rather have her money back. But if you are going to replace it, can you please ensure that she doesn't have any other problems? Because if she does have any other problems, she's not going to... I'm trying to think of a polite way of putting it. She's not going to waste any more time. She's not going to beat around the bush. She's going to come straight back to you, reject the goods and ask for a full refund. Now, what's happened since we last spoke, Irene? Have there been developments?
Well, it's been collected, but I've heard nothing from them.
So they've collected the old one?
Yes, and that is it. That's all I've heard.
No idea as to when the new one's coming?
No, I've had no email, no contact, no nothing.
Have you written what you were going to write to them just to put them on notice that...
I haven't yet, no. Because I was waiting for them to contact me.
Right.
But nobody has, so I still can write to them.
Yeah, but have you actually accepted the offer from them?
Yes, they said they were going to send me a brand new one.
Yes, but I thought that you needed to go back to them to say, yes, I accept that, but, and then to make it very clear if you had other problems with the new one, you were going to reject it.
Oh, right. Oh.
Yeah, I think we need to do that, Irene, because, I mean, I've done from my end, I've told them that's what's going to happen. But I think you need to go back to them and just say, I will accept the replacement, but I need you to know if I have problems with the replacement, I will reject it. You need to do that before the replacement turns up.
Do I need to do that by email? Is that okay?
Yes, well, as I said to you last time, I think I would be inclined to do it by email and also by letter.
Okay.
So get that off to them, because what you want to do is you want to be able to demonstrate, if this ends up going to court, you want to be able to demonstrate that you've been totally reasonable and you actually gave them the opportunity before they replaced it to cut their losses and to give you your money back. But they refused to do that. They just wanted to give you the replacement. And now you're having trouble with the replacement. Do you see what I mean?
Oh, I see, yes.
Right. So here's how we're going to work this. You need to now write to them. I've done what I can do. You now need to write to them and say, I accept the offer of the replacement. However, if I have any other problems with it, because of the experience I've had previously, please be advised at that point I will reject the goods and will ask for a full refund.
Okay.
And then I think put at the end of the email something along the lines of, can you also just confirm when I can expect to receive my replacement hot tub?
Okay, thank you. I'll sort that out this afternoon.
Thank you. Copy me in on it as well, please.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Michelle. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I had a wooden loft ladder fitted by Cowboys about 3-4 years ago. It was a wooden one. They had put a handrail on there, but I wanted to change it to an aluminium one, which was lighter for me, because I've got health issues and I couldn't lift it up. Anyway, I phoned this company up. They come out, they measured up, they come with this ladder. It was very, very heavy to lift. And not only that, they said that I'd have to move it across 2 inches each time I brought it down to miss the main beam of the house, because it was touching the main beam of the house when it was going up.
Right, let me just stop you there, Michelle, just so make sure I've got my head around this. So, the loft ladder that you had previously was a wooden one and it was quite heavy.
heavy, but it wasn't light. I wanted something light, really. But it had no the Cowboys didn't put a handrail on it for me.
What, this is when you say the Cowboys, you're referring to whoever put the wooden one in originally?
Yes.
Right, okay. So
they didn't put a handrail on it. So
okay.
I decided I wanted an aluminium one, which was a bit lighter. Anyway, this...
Now, hang on a sec. How do you know it would be lighter?
Because aluminium is lighter in weight, normally.
Well, yeah, but surely it depends on the construction of it. It depends on how big or bulky it is. It depends on how big or bulky the wooden one had been previously and how the wooden one worked. I mean...
The wooden one worked fairly well, but as I say, I wanted something for my health issues sort of thing. As I say, I couldn't lift anything heavy.
Do you go up in the loft a lot then?
Not really. As I say, I go up there a few times to get a few odds and bobs down that I need.
Right.
But as I say, the other company that put the heavy loft ladder in said that I had no business really going up there because I wasn't safe. Well, that's none of their business. If I can get up into the loft, I can get up into the loft and do whatever I need to do up there.
Well, yeah, okay. So you decided that... So you decided that even though you don't use the loft very much, you wanted to spend your money on having an aluminium loft ladder put in instead that would be easier to use.
Yes, that's right, yes.
With handrails.
With a handrail, yes.
So the company that you found to fit this loft ladder, and I don't want anything that will identify who they are.
No.
But was this company recommended to you, or how did you come across them?
I did find it in somewhere that said that you should always look for somebody first.
Right. So did you found them advertising in some kind of publication?
I found it in the.
I don't want you to identify using any names. Just
in the flag that comes through the door.
A leaflet came through the door.
Yeah. Well, yes, with numbers on it.
Right. Okay. So this leaflet came through the door for this company doing the loft ladder.
Well, for various other things that come through with as well, but it's sort of had different builders.
Right. And when you saw it, you thought, "Oh, that's a good idea. I'll get a new loft ladder."
I thought I'd change my mind and get a loft ladder from a wooden one to an aluminium one.
Right, okay. So this company, when you contacted them, did you make it very clear that you were looking for something that was going to be sturdy but more lightweight than what you had previously?
I said that I wanted an aluminium one that was light in weight.
Yeah, but that's all relative, isn't it? What one person would find light, another person would find heavy. So...
As I say, the one that they brought out was extra heavy. I couldn't manoeuvre that at all. That was too heavy for my back and my stomach. It was pulling on my stomach and it hurt my back for a couple of days trying to bring it down from the loft.
Right, but so when the company, did they come out and survey before they fitted this loft ladder?
The manager come out himself and measured up.
Right. And did he give you a demonstration of what he was going to be putting in so you could see what you were getting?
He sort of showed me something on the phone, but on the phone it doesn't look nothing like what you put in a house or whatever.
Right. Okay. So they came. How much were they going to charge you to fit this loft ladder?
£824.40.
Okay. Right. So what happened?
So I said that I didn't want that one because it was too heavy.
Well, hang on. Did they fit it?
They fitted it, yes.
Right.
They showed me how it worked and whatever else.
Yeah.
But as I say, for a couple of days it pulled on my back where I tried to manoeuvre it down when they were here. But after that, when they went, I couldn't use it at all. So it would have been a waste of money.
Okay, so you tried to then operate it, and it was so heavy you couldn't get it down at all.
That's it. And somebody said to me that was in the house, because I had somebody in the house at the time, and they said to me, I said to them, just come up the stairs a minute and just try something for me. They said, if that would have fell down, that would have killed you, that ladder. You wouldn't have stood a chance because it's far too heavy.
But surely it must have...
It wasn't a ladder for a house.
It wasn't a ladder for a house?
No, they said it was more or less a ladder for a building site or whatever. And it was far too expensive at that for a house anyway, to pay for a ladder.
Okay. But did you do any homework before you had it fitted, or did you just literally, on a whim, when you saw this leaflet, think, oh, that's a good idea, I'll just use this company to fit a new loft ladder for me?
Well, I'd been looking around for different companies in our area, but there was nothing come up in the area apart from one a bit later on.
Right. Okay. So you hadn't had any other quotes or advice from anyone?
No.
Right.
Not at the time, but
so you've paid the £824.40, yeah?
Yes. And then I went and cancelled the cheque because I wasn't happy with the ladder.
You cancelled the cheque?
Yes.
Okay.
And then on the 12th of April, they came out with a smaller one. Well, I couldn't even get up the steps on that one.
What do you mean? So they tried to, at that point, swap it over for something that was smaller and lighter?
Yes. And as I say, I couldn't get up the steps on that one. It was too claustrophobic sort of thing, if you say that. Too tight a fit.
Right. Okay.
But then I'd asked for my old ladder back, and they said they couldn't have my old ladder back because they got rid of it. They broke it up. But previous to that, they did. It was all right when they left the ladder was all right when it left the house, the wooden one. So they broke it up before it got to the yard or whatever.
Well, I presume that when they're going to remove the old one, as far as they were concerned, they were coming to swap it over for this aluminium one. And why would you ever have the need for the old wooden one back that you didn't like in the first place? Why would you want that back?
But as I say, now I'm left without a ladder at all. I have no ladder up there at all now.
Right, so there's no way of getting up into the loft?
No.
What's the company had to say? I mean, are they prepared to release you from the contract or not?
Well, they haven't said anything. They just don't want to more or less know now.
Right, but when you contacted them and said, look, I'm not happy, this ladder is too heavy, and then they came out and they tried to replace it with one that was, you say, was claustrophobic. When you say claustrophobic, what do you mean? You couldn't quite get your legs on it, or?
Well, I could get my legs on it, but I didn't feel safe on it.
A bit rickety?
Yeah.
Okay, so you then said to them, no, I don't like the replacement either, it's too rickety.
Well, I wasn't happy with it. It was too small and very tight to fit.
Right, so did they come and take that one out as well?
They took that one out as well.
And then what did they say at that point? Did they say that they had an alternative, or did they say...
They didn't say they had any other alternative.
Right, and have they said... Because what's quite important here is, are they prepared to release you from the contract?
Well, they didn't say anything about the contract.
Because if ultimately... I mean, let's just have a frank conversation about this, Michelle. If ultimately you said to them, can you come and fit an aluminium loft ladder in my loft hatch? And they came out, they fitted their aluminium loft ladder that they fit, then they have done what you asked them to do. The fact that you then didn't like it and you found it heavy for your needs, they could say, well, that's not our problem. I mean, you ultimately, you've got what you paid for, so they could actually hold you to having some kind of ladder from them.
Yeah, but at the time, they didn't bring a lightweight aluminium ladder. They just bought this extra heavy ladder.
And what was that made of?
What made of aluminium? I don't know what that was made of, but it was far too heavy to lift.
Right.
As I say, this man came to visit me. He said it's far too heavy and you wouldn't have had one of them ladders in the house. I don't know where they got the idea of putting that ladder like that in the house. I said, well, I asked for a lightweight aluminium ladder. He said, well, that's not a lightweight aluminium ladder.
Yes, but you also wanted something very sturdy, because it sounds as if the second one they tried to put in you felt was too flimsy. So it may well have been that what they thought they were doing for you in the first place was to fit a really good quality aluminium loft ladder, but it just happened to be too heavy for you.
Well, it wasn't even aluminium, I don't think. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't aluminium.
Right, okay. Well, Look, I mean, I'm more than happy to go and have a word with them and just to find out what they have to say. Just give me a heads up, what do you think they're likely to tell me? What do you think they're likely to say about this?
That they don't want anything more to do with it. They've done what they can and that's it.
Right.
Well, I really want a wooden one put back in.
Right, but you've got... You now want a wooden one put... Why do you want a wooden one put in?
Well, as I say, they're saying that a wooden one's more easy and it's more sturdier. The steps are more wider on it.
Right. But your old one has gone, hasn't it?
Yes, they got rid of that. They destroyed it.
Do you know how much a new wooden one would be?
It varies.
Well, give me an idea, because I'll level with you, Michelle. I have no idea. I've got a metal, I presume it's aluminium, loft ladder myself. And, you know, I use it... A
wooden one could be anything from probably £600.
Right. So could you not use the money that you've now got, because you didn't pay for the other one, to get the perfect loft ladder made for you?
Well, there's no way that I know that it would make a wooden one.
Right.
I don't know of any way to do it. I've sort of, from getting this loft people to sort of ladder out for me, I've also been shopping around trying to find another company that put me a loft ladder in.
Right. And you can't find one?
I can find a company, but as I say, the first company should have put a loft ladder back in. If they've taken one out, they should put one back in.
I mean, I'll go and talk to them, and I will find out what they have to say about all of that. I mean, the only thing I would be a bit worried about, Michelle, if I was in the loft ladder business, I would be just, excuse me, I would be a little bit worried as to whether I could supply something that would be right for you.
Saying that, Jonathan, he must have more than 2 lads in his business or his factory or whatever.
Well, I don't know.
Seem to see. He was saying he has to order them in. Well, if you have to order them in,
yeah,
you must be able to keep a stock of what you've got in your industry or something, or your unit or factory or whatever.
But it sounds to me as if you need to see a loft ladder first that you are comfortable with.
Well, this is what I said to him. By going by what was on the picture, it's deceiving.
Yeah, but you made the decision to buy it based on the photo, didn't you?
Well, yeah, thinking it was an aluminium one. But when it came, it was far from an aluminium one. It was really, really heavy, extra heavy.
But did you ask him at the point when you started getting him round to quote for you, etc.? Did you ask him if he had one of these ladders on display anywhere where you could see it?
He didn't say. He just said, "This is what I've got on my phone." And these are ladders that the 2 ladders that he had on his phone.
Right.
Well, he only showed me the one ladder at the time.
Okay. Look, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to make you any promises at the moment because I want to go and speak to the company. I want to find out what they have to say about all of this.
As I say, the first one was far too heavy for my back and my stomach. It pulled my back for a couple of days. I've got back problems as it is, but I couldn't sleep for a couple of days in agony. I had to double up on my pain relief as well because I was in so much pain.
Right. Well, let me go and speak to the company. Let me see what they have to say. Let's see if they feel there is any solution to this problem, and then let's take it from there. Does that sound sensible?
Yeah. As I say, if not, I should like a wooden one back, otherwise, with handrail on it, and I can manage it then.
Yeah, but you didn't like the wooden one before, which is why you had it taken out.
Yeah, well, the aluminium one, the steps are too narrow on that, and it was too tight to fit.
Right. Okay, look, let me go and have a word. Let me see what I can find out for you, and we'll take it from there, okay?
I prefer a wooden one back, otherwise.
Yeah, okay, all right. Let me go and have a word. Let me see what I can find out, and we'll take it from there. I'm sure the company have another side of the story. Let's hear from them, and let's decide on the best course of action. Michelle, leave it with me. I'm going to pass you back to my team now. Dave purchased a king-size divan bed, mattress and a headboard in May of this year. It cost £500, but he said within a week of having it, it was clear this bed was not quite right.
We got it put together and everything. After a couple of days, the bed base started to squeak. And we obviously took the mattress off and had a look at it, and it is just really, really poor quality bed frame. Once you take the drawers out, you can look at the wood on the inside, and it looks like scrap pieces of wood that have been used to make the frame. And also the plywood, look, is on the top of the base, is dipping as well. So there's no structure in the middle of the base at all, really. And we eventually got a phone call back, and they suggested that there wasn't much that they could do.
Well, Dave said that he's just frustrated because he said there's no point having a replacement of the divan base, because if they replace it with a like-for-like one, that's also going to be really bad quality, and it's not going to last very long, and he doesn't want that. He would rather, he said, pay a bit extra and have a bed frame or something else that will be a better quality base for this bed than what sounds like a bit of a rubbish divan base. But he said the shop was not prepared to help him, so I've been off to have a word with them. And hopefully things have changed. Let's find out, because Dave's back on the JVS show. Hello, Dave.
Good morning. How are you?
Yes, I'm well, thank you, Dave. So I did go off and have a word with the company. They didn't seem to, I can't think for 1 minute why, they didn't seem to want to spend too much time dwelling on the poor quality divan base that you'd had originally, and the fact that you also said the one on display in the store, when you went to have a look at that, was exactly the same. You would only know that if you pulled all the drawers out and had a look at the construction of it. But you said it looked like it was made with old offcuts of wood, and it was a right old mess.
That's right, yeah.
As I say, they didn't seem to want to talk about that, but what they have said is that you apparently, according to them, didn't express that you wanted a different replacement. So that's why they sent or have ordered the same replacement for you. However, they said, we will contact Dave today and we'll let him reselect a different item, if that's what he would rather do. We will be in touch with the customer directly. So did you hear from them?
I had a phone call yesterday morning from a gentleman from their office.
Yeah.
He had a little chat with me and said that I could look on the website to have a look for another bed frame. We looked on the website, and the only one there is like a really cheap-looking wooden frame. That's the only one they list on their website. So I basically said, no, that's not what we're after. We wanted like a decent frame. He said that's all they could source for us, and there's nothing else at the moment. Everything else is all out of stock. So I'm sort of stuck now.
Yes, I mean, that is a problem then. So they don't have a single other bed base apart from either the one that you had originally, or
even that's out of stock now.
So they haven't even got that one?
No, they haven't. That's sold out of stock. So
they've only got one wooden bed frame that you say also looks rubbish.
Yeah, it's just looks like a frame.
Sorry, your mobile's breaking up a bit. It looks what?
It's just like a cheap frame.
Right. And when you said that to him and said, look, I'm not happy about it, I presume you asked him if it was possible for you to have your money back instead and return the product.
Yeah, I asked that. He said he'd go and speak to someone and get back to me, and I haven't heard anything else since.
Right. Okay. And there's literally only one bed frame that is available from the whole company.
If you look on their website and you type in the king size bed frame, it comes up with one there. The rest are all divan bases.
But could they replace it with another divan base that's not rubbish?
The thing is, though, I wouldn't like to trust it that if the build quality on this one is that poor, is the next one going to be just as bad?
Well, I don't know. But I mean, surely the company must sell a range of beds and a range of bed frames or bed bases or divan bases to suit all budgets.
Yeah.
So surely if you were prepared to pay more for a better quality divan base, could they not give you any details of the divans?
No, he didn't give me anything else. He just said he'd just look on the website and what's there, we can source something from there. But if you look at them, so many of them, if you have a look later on the website, so many are stating that they're out of stock.
Right. So what would you like then? What ideally would you like me to try and do with this company?
If they come and collect the bed, because it's in our spare room now, we're not using it anyway. We've gone back to our old bed. So if they could come and collect the bed, that's fine.
And when you say collect the bed, you mean the bed base, the mattress, and the headboard?
They wouldn't. They said they wouldn't split the package before. When I spoke to the lady before, they wouldn't split the kit. So it'd be the whole lot. I'd have to go back.
Right. Okay. Well, let me try. Let me go back and put that to. Did you say that's what you wanted?
Yeah. I explained to them there's nothing on the website that is any good.
Okay.
Yeah, but the only option is to get a refund.
Okay, for the whole lot.
Yep.
And he said, "I'll go away and have a word, and we'll come back to you on that."
And he never come back to me.
Okay. Maybe they're waiting to find out how this conversation goes this morning.
Yep.
What I'll do, I'll drop them a line as soon as I come off air today. I'll explain that you don't see any reasonable alternative in what they've offered you. So therefore, you would like to, as you suggested you had done already at the very beginning, you'd like to reject the goods within the first 30 days.
That's right, yep.
Let's see how we get on. Okay, leave it with me. I will do my best for you, Dave. We'll take it from there, okay?
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Speak to you soon. Do you remember Sally? She was telling me that she'd purchased 2 recliner sofas for £899.99 in 2019. One of the sofas, though, seems to be ageing very quickly.
I'm having trouble with one of the seats on the 3-seater recliner. The other 2 seats on there are perfectly all right. It's just one of them has gone very lumpy and it seems to be dipping in the middle. It's a seat that I sit in, but I'm not really that heavy and I've got no young children to jump on it or anything. I mean, the other seat that my husband sits on, actually he's heavier than me, that's fine. The 2-seater settee, the seats are perfectly all right. They just said that I was out of my 12-month warranty. I said to them, what about my consumer rights? And they said, I haven't got any. If I'd have taken the 5-year extra guarantee on them, I would have been fine. But I wasn't even offered that anyway.
Well, there's obviously a lot of consumer protection for Sally, which can't be ignored. When you purchase any product from a retailer in the United Kingdom, you will know that you are protected by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, which states that the product must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, I don't quite know why a company would not realise that. They must realise that. It is the law. And that's why many people end up coming to my programme, because some retailers, just seem to ignore that law. Well, I went off to speak to this company on Sally's behalf. Last time we spoke, things were starting to happen. Let's find out what the latest is, because Sally's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sally.
Hello.
Hello, Sally. Yes, I'm marvellous, thank you. So this company, they didn't really go into huge amounts of detail to me. They just said that they would like to resolve the matter directly with you. And last time you and I spoke, things were looking up, weren't they?
Yes, that's right, yes.
They were planning on, if my memory serves me correctly, they were planning on offering a replacement of one of the sofas.
Yes, that's right.
So what's happened since we last spoke, Sally? I gather there have been further developments.
Yes, I've heard from them to say that they are delivering the other sofa between 1:15 and 3:15 this afternoon.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's nice. That's quick. Were you expecting it that quickly?
No, not quite so quick, but the quicker the better.
Oh, absolutely, the quicker the better. Now, just make sure when it turns up, make sure you inspect it thoroughly.
Yes,
and
I will do.
Make sure that it's all absolutely tickety-boo. And I know you were saying that on the first one, when you look underneath it, you can see there's something that's not quite right about one section of it. Make sure you have a look underneath this new one as well, won't you? Just to check that out.
Yes,
fine.
I will do.
Okay, well, look, I'm very pleased about that. I will give the company just a tiny little bit of honkage. They'll get the rest. Shall we chat tomorrow? And hopefully you'll be able to give me the good news that it's turned out and you're 100% happy. Now, Susan wanted a new shed. She found one online for just under £400. She then hired the services of a local man who was going to put it all together for her for £150. As he started the job, he did mention to Susan that he thought it was rather flimsy.
That evening, I went up to the shed and opened the door with a view to starting to get some garden tools back in. And then I realised just how bad it was. There were so many knots, and it was a sunny evening. You couldn't have known this before, but you could see all the sun coming through the holes. And then I could see that the latch was tacky, the doors were not very strong, And since then it's rained, and although it's supposed to have a heat treatment on it, they did tell me when I queried about painting it with something to preserve it. They said don't do it yet because it's had this heat treatment. But since it's rained in the last few days and I've gone inside, there's actually so much water coming in so many places. I think the wood is actually just really shoddy.
Well, the company has said that they will take the shed back and they will issue a refund, but they would only do so if Susan organised to have the entire shed dismantled again and it was left in exactly the same position for them to be able to come and collect it as when it was delivered. Well, she spoke to the guy that had erected the first one for her, and he said, oh, that's going to be another 150 quid then to take it down. So, Susan, you can understand why she was very unhappy about this. She said, I'm going to end up having spent 300 quid for absolutely nothing. I won't have anything to show for my £300. I completely understood Susan's frustration. However, this particular retailer has not been particularly apologetic for the problems because they don't think they've really done anything wrong. Let's find out what the latest is because Susan's back on the JVS show. Hello, Susan.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Susan. So the company, as you know, when I went to speak to them, they came back, they outlined exactly what product you had purchased. They said that you first contacted them on the 17th of April with a concern about green marks on the shed. It was explained to Susan at this point that this was residue from the pressure treatment process. She then contacted us on the 20th of April to report further issues with it. She reported cracks in the knots on the side walls, which are letting in light. She said this had become apparent during assembly, but rather than stop and contact us, she said she had no choice but to go ahead and complete the assembly. They then quoted from your original comment to them, and the quote was, he commented that the panels seemed very flimsy as he was erecting it, but as I had paid for his time, we had to go ahead with the installation. Once he was part way through and it became obvious there were further problems, we had no choice but to go ahead. They went on to say, we supplied instructions to Susan on how she could seal these natural cracks in the wood and in the knots, and we directed her to the instructions, which explained that cracks are natural and not a defect. The instructions also recommend the use of silicone around the windows and at the panel joints to make the shed watertight, but her installer did not do this. Whilst we and the manufacturer might disagree with her assessment that the shed isn't fit for purpose, the manufacturer has agreed to collect it, but it must be returned in the same flat-pack state as when it was delivered. The manufacturer has also offered to supply her with free silicone so she can complete the assembly properly, but she didn't want to do that. This manufacturer manufactures tens of thousands of sheds in the UK every year. They offer various different construction types, with the overlap construction that Susan purchased being the cheapest. Shiplap is a mid-range, and tongue and groove is the most solid and subsequently the most expensive. This particular manufacturer's sheds are available in most of the UK's leading retailers, including, and then they list a whole load of well-known names. At the moment, Susan is refusing to dismantle the shed, but continues to demand a refund. So we had a bit of a stalemate situation, didn't we, Susan? I could completely understand from your perspective the frustration with all of this, because you said it wasn't until the guy was kind of putting the final bits together that it really became apparent how rubbish this shed was, to put it frankly. But yes, the company's saying it's not rubbish. They're saying it is perfectly good. For the price, it's a natural wooden shed. You've got to expect some cracks in the wood. You've got to expect that there will be knots, and it's just part of the nature of the shed, and there is silicone to be used if you need to seal up various parts of it. Well, to cut a long story short, you just wanted to cut your losses, didn't you? Thankfully, the guy that had built the shed for you originally, he said, I think he took pity on you really, didn't he? He said, look, okay, I'll take it all down for 50 quid rather than another 150. So he did that. He did it as nicely as he could and left everything in individual parts. And you were waiting for the company to come and collect it. What's the latest, Susan? Have things happened?
Yes, they came to collect it, and I've now received the refund back to my credit card, Jonathan, on the 17th.
A full refund?
They have given me a full refund, yes.
Okay. Well,
yes, so that's a relief.
Yeah, the trouble is...
Not a happy incident, but...
No, I mean, the problem with this is, and I feel very sorry for you, because you've spent, okay, not £300, ending back at square one, but you've certainly spent £200, ending up back at square one, and that's frustrating because you've got no shed to show for it. I think the problem is, and I think this is... There's a few little bits of advice that I can probably give to everyone listening to the programme. I get quite a lot of complaints about sheds. The first bit of advice is that you need to be very careful where you're getting your shed from. There are all kinds of companies on the internet that sell what I describe as cheap Chinese sheds. Most of them are imported from China. They are, as you can probably imagine, as they're coming all the way from China, they're sitting on damp, cold boats that are taking a long time to arrive in the UK in shipping containers. During that time, it gives all kinds of opportunities for the wood to warp and to bend and to crack and for all these various problems. And there is normally a reason why a shed that you can find from an online retailer is so much cheaper than, for example, the good reputable garden centre sells a similar shed round the corner. The reason being, one of them is probably rubbish and the other one is probably pretty good quality. So I would say be very careful when you're making a purchase on the internet for a shed. But also, and I think this is, and I'm sorry to say all of this, Susan, because it's like salt in the wound, isn't it, really, for you? But when you first receive the shed, if you're going to put it together, if you're paying someone to do it, get them to come and check it all out before they put it together, just to make sure that it all looks okay. Because once they've started doing it, as you know only too well, Susan, you're a bit committed, aren't you?
Yes.
If possible, if the company offers a service where they supply and fit the shed for you, that's probably the safest way of protecting yourself. Because if when their installers have put together a shed that turns out to be rubbish, at least you can hold the company solely responsible, because you can throw straight back to them, well, why did your installer build it then? If he thought it was a load of rubbish, why did he build it? You know, none of this is my fault. It's just one of those frustrations, and certainly this company was not prepared to budge. I'm not going to give them the horn, Susan, and I'm quite sure you don't want me to, but I am very pleased that at least you have managed to get all of the money back for that shed that, from what you were describing, sounds like a load of old rubbish.
Yes, it's a relief to have it over and done with. It's unfortunate, but like you say, I'll be a lot more careful where I buy anything in the future.
Well, I often find the best thing to do is to speak to people, particularly gardeners and people who are likely to have had a shed built recently. Go and check out local companies that will very often have displays of sheds. Talk to them about the construction, talk to them about where they get the wood from, talk to them about the fact that they can build it for you, and what kind of comeback you've got if there are any problems in the future. That's the safest way to do it. Be very careful when looking at sheds on the internet. That's all I'll say. Susan, all the very best to you. Good luck with whatever you do decide to get next. Tim's on the line. Hello, Tim.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it, Tim, please, without naming any company names, and let's see what we can do for you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Back in the beginning of March, we purchased a new kettle and had it delivered.
Sorry, Tim, your phone line is terrible. You purchased a new what?
A new kettle at the beginning of March.
Right.
And we bought it. It was delivered. We went through the process of cleaning it out, ready to use it. We paid £15 for it. We're replacing it because our old one had sort of caked up with hard limescale because of the area we live in. It worked fine. We boiled it up, and during the boiling process, the lid flicked up, and then the kettle continued to boil. We emptied it again, put some fresh cold water in, boiled it again, the lid flicked up, and in that process of the lid flicking up, the kettle continued to boil, and all the steam damaged my kitchen cupboard doors.
Oh dear! Now, hang on a second, Tim. I'm sorry to do this to you, but I hate mobile phones. During conversations like this, I would like to take a very large sledgehammer, and I'd like to take your mobile phone. I'd like to put it on the floor, and I'd like to smash it to smithereens, because mobile phones that have a terrible signal drive me mad. So I'm trying to pick out what you're saying. So you bought this kettle in March.
That's correct.
How much did you pay for it?
£15.
15 quid?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a cheap kettle.
Yes, yeah. We bought it from the shop and it was delivered online to us because we were still in lockdown, so we couldn't go and choose any kettle. We just sort of bought one to replace our one that was starting to go hard due to line scale around the top.
Okay, but you were saying when you got the kettle, you said that the top of it popped off.
That's right, yeah. So when you put the cold water in, you put it on to boil, and during that process of boiling, the lid would just flick up. The kettle would continuously then boil with steam and water bubbling out of the top. And during that process, that damaged a kitchen cupboard door and the trim and a little bit around the side. I then.
So when you first realised there was clearly a problem with the lid, that when the kettle boils, the lid pops up and all the steam and everything is just billowing out of the top of it.
Yeah.
Did you stop using it at that point?
That's right. Yeah, we tried again because I thought it can't be faulty. It's brand new. So we tried again. And it happened again, and then we stopped using it.
Right, but so did it damage your kitchen cupboard the first time you used it?
Yes, yeah. Well, whilst we were using it to make a cup of tea, all the steam went up the doors and damaged the kitchen doors, yes.
So had you put the kettle on and just left it then? You weren't in the room with it?
Yeah, we just put it on, and all of a sudden the lid flicked up within 10 seconds. It's just about to switch off, but because the lid was up in the air, the kettle wouldn't switch off. By the time we sort of got to it, within 10 seconds, the steam and the water was just boiling continuously out the top. I unplugged it from the wall because it was,
and in that 10-second period, it damaged your kitchen cupboard?
Yeah, there was so much steam and boiling water. It was 10, 15 seconds, yeah. And literally, we unplugged it and the steam was just coming out everywhere.
Right.
Because this lid must, once it's down and the steam's building up and the kettle gets boiling, that must switch the kettle off. Because it was up, it was just rapidly boiling, continuously boiling, yes.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm amazed that it caused that much damage in such a short amount of time. I mean, I can understand if you left the kettle boiling away for a few minutes and all that steam and heat is going on the kitchen worktop, you could understand it. But for it to do that amount of damage in 10 seconds is amazing.
10, 15 seconds, and it was up the front of the doors, and I can't believe it. And obviously, now we've found out the kitchen cupboard door is made from MDF. So obviously, that just absorbed the moisture from the kettle.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, obviously a kettle, when it's boiling normally, would emit some steam, wouldn't it, from the spout?
Yes, but there was because the lid was up, there was a large amount of steam, and even some water was sort of splashing out the top as well.
So what's the company that you purchased the kettle had to say for themselves then?
So we spoke to them. They offered us £25 verbally over the phone. And that was it. But obviously, we were a bit concerned because this kettle shouldn't do that. So I then spoke to someone further on in the customer service quality control. They asked for the kettle back. They then wouldn't respond for 40 days. And they just responded to say that the kettle's not faulty. They've tested it. We didn't push the lid down hard enough. That's what made the lid pop up.
Now, you've sent a video that while you've been talking, I've just had a little watch of, and sure enough, the kettle, you can see it starting to boil, and then at a certain point, the lid, it's a plastic circular lid, just pops up and therefore leaves the top of the kettle exposed.
That's correct, yeah.
Had you pushed that lid firmly down to start with?
We believe so. It clicked down because it was down at the beginning of the process of boiling. So it did click down, and we flipped it on. So that was after the damage to the door. That was after, just to prove that it did, that happened. So I removed it again, put some cold water in. I filmed it, so I thought I need to have some evidence. This is what's happened. And put the lid down, and it pops up roughly the same sort of time through that.
What are you looking for from this company?
Well, obviously, we've had nothing. They've asked for the kettle back. They refunded us for the kettle. They paid for the return postage of the kettle.
Yeah.
Obviously, I've got a kitchen cupboard door and trims that are now damaged. I went back to the company that make the cupboards. They no longer make that cupboard door, that style anymore. So hopefully I can find somewhere that can repair this cupboard door and get it back to looking quite neat and tidy. Because obviously, at the minute, the door's now all swollen. It has dried, but you can still see the sort of blemish on the door.
And it did that within 10 seconds of you. That just doesn't sound very believable.
Yeah, well, when it popped up, if you look on that video, as it pops up, the thing is just rapidly boiling out.
Yeah, no, I can see that. But obviously, I'm just thinking about in my kitchen, I have my kettle, like everybody else listening to this programme, I'm sure, underneath a kitchen cupboard. And every time that kettle boils, steam comes out. Now, I completely accept it's not coming out in a billowing kind of way that it is when the lid is open. But are you sure that this isn't just an accumulation of steam affecting the cupboard that was just then made worse by the problem with this particular kettle?
Oh, no, the cupboards were in perfect condition. There was no marks on them at all. Until this new kettle was plugged in and the lid flipped up, the steam damaged those doors there and then, yes.
Okay. Well, you might have a slight job on your hands to prove that. Because it may well be that the company will say, well, we just don't believe that within 10 seconds... And I'm sure there is probably something in the instruction manual that states that a kettle should not be left unattended. So they may well turn around and say, it says in the instruction manual, the kettle should not be left unattended. The minute the lid popped open, you would have seen that it had popped open, and you should have then removed the kettle. And if you'd sent it back, we'd replace it. But we're not going to replace all your kitchen, or certainly repair all of that particular part. So they may refuse to deal with that. But would you like me to go and have a little word with them and find out what's going on?
That'd be very kind if you could.
I've got a text that's coming from someone who says, JVS, I think we've got the same kettle. The lid just needs pushing in a bit harder.
Okay. Well, surely when the lid clicks down, it should be clicked down. But obviously, my previous kettles, you just click the lid down and flick it on and it works lovely. But obviously, this one might have a stiffer lid. I don't know.
Yes. Well, look, let me go and have a word with the company. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Let me put to them the damage that you say this has caused to your kitchen, and let's take it from there, yeah?
That's very kind. Thank you very much.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Tim. Apologies for the mobile phone quality, but I think we managed to get there eventually. We got the gist of it. And what a strange thing. What a strange thing that within 10 seconds, a kettle could cause that amount of damage. Carl purchased an American-style fridge freezer. It was 4 years ago that he bought it, and it cost £1,000. Everything was fine with this fridge freezer until a couple of weeks ago, when it became very apparent something had gone horribly wrong with it.
My partner said that she tasted a strange sort of taste and smell on her bottled water, and it's like a chemically sort of smell. So I changed the filter that you can change inside of it, left it for a day, but nothing changed. And then 2 days later, I went into the freezer, I cooked the side of it, and everything had defrosted, and all the food was ruined. The retailer stating it is irreparable, and I did get a few emails to and fro from them saying, in this case, your product will be beyond economical repair, so we're going to offer you, in full and final settlement, £263.17.
Well, Carl doesn't think that's enough. And I'll be honest with you, when we broke down the figures, neither do I. It doesn't seem to take into account, as far as I'm concerned, a reasonable amount of life for the fridge freezer that Carl was entitled to expect, it also doesn't seem to take into account all of the food that was ruined as a result of the fridge freezer breaking. So I went off to have a word with this retailer on Carl's behalf, and sure enough, they increased their offer. Carl's back on the JVS show. Hello, Carl.
Afternoon, Jonathan.
Right, so let me just recap for everybody listening to the programme what the retailer had to say. They are Currys PC World. And they said, "We were very sorry to hear that Carl and his partner had issues with their fridge freezer and were unhappy with the initial resolution offered by our customer service team. Following further conversations with our customer, the team have agreed to offer a partial refund of the product, reflecting the appropriate depreciation to cover the cost of the engineer's report and an amount to cover the loss of food. The full and final settlement is currently with our customer." Now, they had indeed offered a bit more. That's slightly frustrating. You thought that you'd got about 200 quid's worth of food, and you thought you'd got a receipt to show that you'd just bought from, I think it was Iceland, wasn't it? So
that's correct, yeah.
Perfect, really, for being able to prove that all that food was in your freezer. But when you checked, it actually wasn't quite that much. So maybe the £200 mark was a bit over the top. From what I remember, Currys PC World had offered you £333 as a partial refund on the product, £75 for the engineer's report, and a further £70 to cover the loss of food because of the freezer breaking at that particular time. And they'd also decided to round it up from, I think it was 478, they were rounding it up to 500 quid as a full and final settlement.
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't exactly what you were looking for. You were hoping that they would pay you a little bit more. But actually, when it came to where your options would take you if you decided to take it any further forward, and the fact that the only thing really you would be able to do to take this further forward would be to take Currys PC World to the Small Claims Court, at which point you may well find that the judge would have agreed with you that actually they weren't offering you enough money for the fridge freezer. There was a chance that the judge may actually feel that they were being overly generous. So it could have gone either way. So you said, and I think it was the right decision to make, you said, you know what, I'm going to accept this and I'm going to cut my losses and move on. At least it's 500 quid that we can use for a new fridge freezer. So what's happened since we last spoke? Because they tell me that they've got that money to you.
They certainly have, yes. It's in our account. Well, in fact, it was in our account, and it's already been spent. So it's fantastic news.
Oh, wow. And when you say already been spent, you mean on a new fridge freezer?
On a new fridge freezer. And because the company were very fair, I think we actually went back to them and bought it from them as well. So.
Oh, right, okay.
It's a win-win for them, really, in a way.
Oh, well, that is marvellous when things work out that way. And have you gone for the same type of fridge freezer, or have you gone for a different brand?
It's a bit more flash, actually, to be honest with you. It's about 1,400 quid.
Yeah.
It's a nice one, let's put it that way. Not the same make or company make, but all the same. It's instead of a side-by-side, it's a top and bottom. Fridge freezer now, so it's either way, it's lovely. So
okay, good. Well, let's hope you have many happy years live from it. Do you know when it's likely to turn up, the new one?
It's due Friday.
Oh, okay.
This Friday, so yes, and they're taking the old one away and putting the new one in because we have to take the doors off. It's a nightmare. So we're going to get them to do that. So yes, all good.
Marvellous. Shall I thank Currys PC World and give them the full horn?
Absolutely. No, fair play to them. And
absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all your help.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Listen, for Currys PC World, thank you very much.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure, yeah. I'm a long-term contact lens wearer, and as part of my daily routine, need to use cleaning and conditioning fluid to store them overnight. So that I need a regular supply of both liquids. About 3 weeks ago, I went to try and buy my next supply, and the shelves were empty. So I looked around various other shops, various other places, couldn't find any. Asked a couple of people in the stores, who they said no, we're just out of stock. Last Saturday, I actually managed to speak to somebody who gave me a slightly different answer, who said that the manufacturers have put out a recall for safety reasons, and all of the contact lens solutions have been taken off the shelves and are not being sold.
What, every single one?
Yes. Yes.
Every contact lens solution has been taken off the shelf?
The ones that I use or the shops that I've been looking into, there are no contact lens solutions on the shelves for gas-permeable contact lenses.
Now, hang on a second. You have to forgive me because I don't wear contacts, so okay. I don't live in your world and I don't know the language you're using. Are gas what?
They're gas-permeable. So you can have contact lenses that you use every day, but you clean them and rinse them every night, and they're replaced probably once every couple of years. Or you can have contact lenses that people change and have a new set every day.
Disposable ones?
Disposable ones, yes.
And is that what gas permeable is?
No, my gas permeable ones are the ones that I can keep and use for about 18 months to 2 years before they're replaced. But I need to clean them and store them in a conditioning fluid overnight. And that's the stuff I can't find. So having had this conversation with the pharmacist last Saturday, I did a bit of research online and eventually found a press release dated in the middle of May saying that all of the solutions had been recalled, and there's a whole list of all the solutions, including the ones that I use, recalled for safety reasons, but there is nothing about when they're going to be resupplied. And I say, I use these every day, and I'm sure other listeners will use them as well. And eventually I'm going to run out of solution. There is a contact email linked to the press release, which I sent a question, understand they've been recalled, but when are they going to be restocked? And I got an automatic reply saying, this inbox is full, we're not accepting any more emails. Tried ringing them on their support line number, and again, the phone is just not answered. So whilst I understand things have been recalled for safety reasons, I'm going to run out of solution very soon. I'm going to be in a bit of a tight spot, and I can't find anywhere who can tell me when these liquids are going to be resupplied.
Right, but isn't this? Forgive me. This sounds almost as if it's the equivalent of every single petrol station no longer selling unleaded petrol. I mean, surely this is going to affect everyone in the UK that uses permanent contact lenses that need to go in solution every night.
That would be my view, yeah. But when I went onto the press release, there must have been 15 or 20 different types of solution that had all been recalled. I've been over to the local shops again this morning just to check, and all the shelves are still empty.
So when you go into the likes of Boots and Superdrug and then all of the opticians,
and all the bigger supermarkets, all their shelves are empty. I've been to all the big supermarkets where I live, and all the shelves are empty.
Right. I'm amazed I haven't heard of this. I mean, I know I don't live in the contact lens world, but I'm amazed we haven't heard of this before.
Exactly. I mean, so when I first started making inquiries, I thought, okay, well, maybe they're just, out of stock or whatever, and it's a short-term solution. But the longer it's gone on, and so the conversation last week with the pharmacist, who said, no, they've all been recalled, does raise a few questions. And I say, to find the press release on the internet, you've got to look pretty hard to find it. There's been nothing. When I asked my optician, she didn't know what was going on. You had to look very hard to find it and say, it talked about all the liquids being recalled for a security safety issue, and you could check your lot number against on their coding, but nothing about when they're going to be replaced. So yeah, it's not just me. I'm sure there are lots of other people. I can't even buy them online.
Right. So what are you supposed to do then? I mean, I presume you can't just put contact lenses in water. It's got to be a proper solution to sterilise them and clean them, because otherwise you're going to end up getting an infection in your eyes.
Exactly. So this solution is a slightly sort of viscous solution, so it's not only cleans them and it's a conditioner, so it makes them easier to put in and easier to wear during the course of the day. So it's like almost like an artificial tear solution, really.
So have you contacted your optician to ask them for some advice on this?
Yeah, and they had one bottle of solution left, which I bought off them for twice the price I pay in the supermarket.
Oh.
And that was it. They don't know what's going on either.
This is utterly bizarre. I wonder if anybody else listening to the programme has had the same experience. So I
would expect so.
Is there another kind of solution?
I've not only looked in shops where I live. I was away last weekend. I was looking in the equivalent shops in a different part of the country, and all their shelves were empty as well.
I'm just amazed that this hasn't been big news.
Indeed. Yeah.
I mean, maybe it will be now as a result of you making us all aware of it. But I mean, this is absolutely crackers. So is there some kind of solution that is on the market? It's just not suitable for your kind of contact lenses?
There are one or two. There's some saline solutions which are there, which I wouldn't use because they don't give you the same conditioning coating on the lenses.
So is there something to do with that conditioning coating that has caused problems in people's eyes or something? Is that why they've suddenly...
The press release was that they were concerned that there possibly had been a breach in their sterilisation process within the manufacturing process, and therefore it's been recalled. And each bottle has a lot number on it.
Yeah.
And I put my lot number in on this website. Unfortunately, the bottle I've got is not affected. But that's only going to last me maybe another 2.5, 3 weeks. My cleaning solution, I've just about run out, and I can't get that either.
Right. And have you? Where are these products made? Where is this stuff made?
Well, according to the box, it's manufactured in Italy, but there is the parent company does have a UK base, but again, their website just says exactly the same. Been recalled, but there's no date, and I can't get through to them to answer the phone.
Right. And have you had a look to see if you could order it from a company in Europe?
Well, I've looked online, and I can't get it online.
Right. And you've tried all of the opticians, have you?
I've tried the opticians. I've tried all the big supermarkets. Where I live in Milton Keynes. None of them have got it. All the shelves are exactly the same.
Well, this is very, very interesting. Okay, well, look, we need to look into this. Just trying to think where we go. Is it the likes of... so if, for example, Boots, do they make their own solution?
I think they do, but there is nothing on the shelf. Whether it's their own solution... branded for them from the main manufacturer.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know, but there is nothing on the shelf.
Okay.
But I've been over to my local supermarket and pharmacy this morning just to check, and the shelves are still empty, and there's no... Often in the supermarket, they'll say out of stock, due in on whatever date. But
worst case scenario, if the whole country runs out of this stuff... What are you going to do? You're going to have to... Have you got glasses that you can wear instead?
I've got glasses, yeah, but I may have to get them changed to make sure that I am legal to drive with them.
Gosh. Well, I had no idea that this was a thing, but we will look into it for you, and we'll try and get to the bottom of what's going on and try and get some advice. And maybe someone listening to the programme... has got the answer to this. I mean, let me put it out there. If anybody knows what's going on with this contact lens solution, if you're able to fill in the gaps for us, it sounds as if it's a huge problem that's affecting multiple manufacturers of this particular solution. So,
yeah, and potentially lots of people who, like me, wear gas permeable lenses that you keep for a couple of years.
Quite. Okay, leave it with us. Andrew, I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word and see what we can find out, okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay, hang on there. Now, Matt came to me. Matt was telling me that he's currently living out of a cool box that he uses when he goes away camping. And the reason why he's living out of this cool box is that the fridge freezer is broken. This fridge freezer is 4 years old. And when Matt returned from said camping trip, well... he was greeted by a rather pungent aroma.
It started a couple of weeks ago. I went camping with my family and I came back home after sort of 5-6 days. I opened up the front door and there was just an awful smell coming from inside the house. Fridge freezer that I've got. Not only had it stopped working, but because of the hot weather we've been having, it almost turned into a bit of an oven. So for several days, it had just been sort of slowly heating up the food inside. I sent the report to the company. They came back and said it's beyond economical repair. They've offered me £180.95 plus the cost of the report. 101. For me, that doesn't really add up.
Well, Matt and I had a little discussion as to how much would be a more reasonable amount. I didn't necessarily fully agree with Matt's assessment as to how long this should have lasted for. Matt said this should have lasted for at least 8 years. The reason why there was a bit more of a question mark over this than there has been with others is that Matt had paid about 670 quid for this fridge freezer, which, when you look at fridge freezers, American-style fridge freezers, across the range, that is certainly down at the cheaper end. So when you're spending that kind of money, I mean, it's still a lot of money, I know, but you are buying a cheaper American-style fridge freezer, and therefore you can't expect it to be the same kind of quality and to last for the same amount of time as, for example, a fridge freezer that costs 1,500 quid. So we do have to be reasonable, but I certainly agreed with Matt that the offer that was on the table from this retailer was not acceptable. Have I managed to get them to increase that offer, though? Let's find out, because Matt's back on the JVS show. Hello, Matt.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Matt. Now, I have spoken to the company. It's Curry's PC World, and they have provided us with this response. They say, "We were sorry to hear of Matt's issues with his fridge freezer, and that he was unhappy with the initial resolution offered by our out-of-warranty team. Our customer services team have since contacted Matt to discuss his options, and we have increased the depreciated credit offer. We've offered to cover the cost of the engineer's report and have covered the cost of the spoilt food. Matt is happy with the revised resolution." So what have they said to you, and what have you agreed?
They gave me two choices, actually, which was quite good. So, yes, they did agree to pay the £101 for the report, £80 for the spoilt food, and they gave me a choice. I could either choose for them to come out and repair it.
Oh.
Free
I
of
thought
charge.
they'd said to you that it was beyond economical repair.
They did initially, but this was their secondary offer. They came, I think third or fourth offer, actually.
Okay.
But they came back and gave me the choice. They'll come out and repair it.
Yeah.
But I'd already arranged for the original company who'd done the report. I'd purchased a new PC board from them.
Right.
Because I didn't expect them to offer to repair it, to be honest.
Right.
So I said I can't do that because, it's already in the process of being repaired. So they said they'll up their offer to £223.
And does that cover the cost of the repair?
Not entirely.
Okay.
The repair would be £160 for the board and then £80 for a solenoid.
I see. Well, they're telling me in this response here, we have transferred £404.94 to Matt via Bax. And they're suggesting that that was an amount that you agreed to.
Yes, I did agree to it, yeah.
Good. And are you satisfied with that amount? Because originally the total amount on offer was, well, it was 180, wasn't it? Plus the cost of the report.
Yes, it was, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I want to say a big thank you to yourself and your team, really, because I am happy with the final resolution.
Well, that's great. Okay, super. So you're going to have it repaired, but you're going to have it repaired by the company that came out to do the inspection for you?
Yes, yeah, they're coming out tomorrow.
Oh, are they? Okay, great.
Stop using my call box.
Oh, well, I mean, yes, the problem is, okay, we're not having mega hot weather, but it's not even really the kind of weather that stuff will keep for a long time in a cool box, is it? I mean, I presume all your frozen slabs are defrosting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm buying a bag of ice almost daily.
Oh, is that how you're keeping it cool in there? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, it's an absolute nightmare. I've only ever had a fridge freezer break on me once, but it was an absolute blooming nightmare. So let's hope that after tomorrow, this nightmare will be a thing of the past. So shall I thank Curry's PC World and give them the horn for their improved offer?
Yes, I think you should, actually, yeah.
Great. Okay. Well, listen, good luck. Hope it's all super. Any other problems, you know where we are.
They agreed to pay for the food. They gave me £80 for the food as well, so it's really good.
Great. Super. So you can go shopping as well.
Yes, go shopping on Saturday. Looking forward to it.
Lovely. Matt, listen, I will thank them. Any other problems, you know where we are. Remember Michelle? Michelle decided to change her wooden loft ladder for a lighter aluminium one. But she says the one the company fitted was far too heavy.
I said that I wanted an aluminium one that was light in weight.
Yeah, but that's all relative, isn't it? What one person would find light, another person would find heavy. So,
As I say, the one that they brought out was extra heavy. I couldn't manoeuvre that at all. That was too heavy for my back and my stomach. It was pulling on my stomach and it hurt my back for a couple of days trying to bring it down from the loft.
Well, Michelle said that they then came and fitted another one that was lighter weight, but she felt it was too flimsy. So she told them that she didn't want that one either. She's now left without a ladder at all. She cancelled the cheque, so she hasn't actually paid this company any money, but she's unhappy with the fact that she's now left with no loft ladder. Well, I've been off to have a word with the company that installed not one but two loft ladders for Michelle. What have they had to say for themselves? Michelle is back on the JVS show. Hello, Michelle.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Right, let me just go through their response. I have a sneaky feeling you're probably going to want to respond to quite a bit of this because they have a different version of events to you. So they say, on the 6th of April, 2021, they installed for you their aluminium deluxe ladder, priced at £449. We also installed for Michelle a new hinged door and a lock in white, priced £149. The installation fee was £89. We gave Michelle a free of charge grab rail with the ladder. The total of the invoice was £687 plus VAT of £137.40, which came to a total of £824.60. Michelle appeared very happy with the brand new ladder and gave the cheque to our fitters, who then left the premises. At approximately 5:30 that afternoon, we then received an out-of-hours call from Michelle stating the ladder was totally unacceptable as she has a disability and couldn't use it. She said that it needed to be manoeuvred, which she couldn't do with ease. We offered to return to the property and to fix the issue, which we did, yet she still seemed very dissatisfied with the product. Miss Swain told us that she then wanted a lighter weight ladder, not an industrial ladder. Well, the aluminium deluxe ladder is not an industrial ladder, they say. On the 12th of April 2021, our fitters returned to fit our 3-section ladder, which is priced at £199. The fitters wanted to make sure Michelle was completely happy and could use the ladder. She struggled to use the ladder as it does have thin steps. We also took an extra side rail to aid her to use the ladder, but unfortunately at this juncture, Michelle asked for the ladder to be removed. Her old wooden ladder, which was removed at the beginning of the work, was not destroyed. It was broken. Hence, she wanted a new ladder. Once we removed it, it was taken back to our unit and was put on the skip. This was done free of charge, as we normally charge for clearance. The company has been left now with 2 ladders that cannot be sold on as they have both been used. The company has never charged Michelle for the fitting of the ladders, or the hinge door in white, or the grab rail that we gave her free of charge in the first instance. To further advise you, Michelle has contacted a trading organisation and trading standards that have also advised as per this email and are not taking any further action with regards to our company. So, Michelle, that's quite a long response, but in effect, they're saying that they haven't done anything wrong.
Well, they haven't, because they haven't left me with a ladder. They've taken the ladder away, which wasn't broken.
Well, they say it was.
No, when it left the house, it wasn't broken. They broke it up themselves because that was perfect when they left the house. All it needed was a handrail.
So why didn't you have a handrail fitted to it?
Because the Cowboys didn't put a handrail on it at first.
When you say the Cowboys, you're talking about the original people that you'd had to put a loft ladder in for you some years before?
Yes, yes.
But why didn't you get someone else in to put a handrail on the wooden ladder that you say the Cowboys fitted for you?
I tried to see if I could get somebody, but there's nobody to put a handrail on there.
Right.
As I say, it should have come with a handrail to start with, but it didn't come with a handrail to start with.
OK, let's just go through this, and it may well be that I'm going to have to ask my listeners for their view on this, because let's just take this section by section. Did the company come out and fit for you a deluxe aluminium loft ladder with a grab rail and a hinge door?
Well, it didn't have a grab rail. It probably was a deluxe ladder, but it wasn't nowhere near light. It was so heavy.
No. That's another matter. Did they come and fit you an aluminium deluxe loft ladder with a grab rail?
No grab rail, but as I say, it wasn't an aluminium one.
Well, they say it was.
If that's an aluminium one, aluminium I thought was light. That wasn't light. That was too heavy, far too heavy.
Right.
As I say, I had to take two lots of pain relief for the pain that I was in when I tried to manoeuvre it and whatever else.
But they say they fitted for you what they were asked to fit, which was their deluxe aluminium loft ladder.
No, it wasn't. As I say, it was far too heavy. And as I say, it wasn't in 3 sections. That was far too heavy for me to lift. If that was unconnected, or if that come apart any time, or come away from the loft itself and fell down, that would have killed me, because I wouldn't have stood a chance of lifting it up.
Right, OK. Well, I mean, they say that what they were asked to fit, they fitted, which was their aluminium deluxe ladder priced at £449. And they also provided a new door, a white door with a white lock on it, with a hinge, so that the whole thing could go up. And that was done free of charge. They then said that they came back with a what they describe as their 3-section ladder. Did they turn up with that?
Yes, 3-section ladder they did come back with, and that was lighter. But as I say, I felt too claustrophobic. I felt very unsteady on that.
Well, there's a difference between feeling... There's a slightly difference between feeling claustrophobic and feeling flimsy. Why did the ladder make you feel claustrophobic?
Well, because I felt so shut in. It didn't give me much room to manoeuvre on it. It was a very tight fit ladder.
Right. OK. Well...
And it was very flimsy.
Yeah. The long and short of it is the companies say that they are now left with 2 ladders that they in good faith have tried to fit to your property. That were perfectly...
I only went up a few steps on each of the ladders. I didn't go up the whole of the whole to the loft in it. I only went up 2 steps on each of them.
When you first contacted this company and said, I would like a loft ladder, what did you say to them?
I wanted a lightweight aluminium loft ladder that I could manoeuvre myself, because I have a bit disability. I have problems with ill health issues.
So you explained you were disabled, and you explained that you needed something very lightweight because of your health problems.
Yes, I can manoeuvre. Without touching the main beam, which the first one did touch the main beam of the house, which, if you measure rightly, it shouldn't have touched the main beam of the house, and I shouldn't have had to have moved it over 2 inches to miss the main beam of the house each time.
What happened when you then contacted them back after you'd made the initial inquiry? What happened then? Did they just come straight round and fit it, or did they come out to your property and have a look first, or what?
The manager come out to measure up first himself on the first aluminium deluxe one.
Now, when he came out to measure up, what was the conversation you had with him?
I said to him I wanted a lightweight aluminium ladder that I can manoeuvre myself without having to put much force to it. It had to be light. And I also had somebody in the house at the time, because I didn't want to be the only person in the house at the time. Because I live on my own, so it was better to have somebody else in the house with me at the time, and it was a man at the time.
Right. And what did the company come with, a brochure or anything to show you what they had available?
The company didn't come with a brochure. He only showed it to me on the phone, and entirely different to what is on the phone to what it come out to be.
So he showed you what from their website, was this?
Well, I don't know if it's from their website or from his factory or what, but he showed me as it was, that it was going to fit, sort of thing. But as I say, it's nothing like what it was when it come in, sort of thing.
So why, when they came out to fit it, if you were dissatisfied, did you give them a cheque?
Because I thought at first I could manage it, but as I say, I couldn't manage it. I tried a few times to see if I could bring it down from the loft, and it found that killed me. It was pulling so much on my stomach, I had to take 2 lots of painkillers, and I had to lay in bed for 2 days.
Pulling the loft ladder made you have to lie in bed for 2 days?
Yes, because it was too heavy, the industrial one. The first one, the deluxe one.
Okay. So when they had finished installing the loft ladder, talk to me about the process of when they'd finished the job. What happened?
When they finished the job, they cleared up and they went away.
Did they show you how it worked?
They showed me how it worked, and they let me try it once. I tried it once. That seemed all right. That's why I give them the cheque. Then I tried it a few times after they'd gone, and I killed myself trying to lift it. Because as I say, I had to move it each time I had to move it over 2 inches to miss the main beam of the house. Well, if you put a loft ladder in, or any kind of ladder, it shouldn't have to touch a main beam of the house. And they said that doesn't matter. Well, eventually that main beam of the house would have worn.
Right. Okay, but they... Okay, so they gave you the opportunity to try it. You tried it and you managed to get the ladder to work.
Yeah.
So you gave them the cheque.
Yeah.
But then you tried it again and you couldn't get it to work.
I couldn't get it to work because, as I say, it was hurting each time I was bringing it down. It was pulling on my stomach and my back. Well, I've got health issues as it is and being disabled. And then they're saying I shouldn't have had a ladder of that kind sort of thing anyway.
Right. But
being disabled, that has taken my dignity away from me. If I can get up into the loft.
Right, but you've got £824.60 back now, haven't you?
Yes.
Couldn't you use that to then have a more suitable loft ladder installed that you'd originally wanted in the first place?
I'm going to have to try, yes.
I mean, what do you think the company should do now? Because your original loft ladder, the wooden one, that they say was broken, you say wasn't broken till they took it out, that's gone. It's on a skip.
Mm-hmm.
So
now, as I say, I'm left without a loft ladder, which they really should replace. If they've taken the ladder away and left with no ladder, they should replace it.
But their job was not to give you a temporary ladder. Their job was to come and install initially the deluxe ladder, which they did for you, and you didn't like that because it was too heavy. Then they tried to help you with the other lighter weight one,
which was too flimsy.
Which was, you say, was too flimsy and made you feel claustrophobic. So you know, why?
The company, they wasn't very polite as well. Their manners wasn't very nice. The second time they come, they were laughing and joking. Well, you don't laugh and joke at somebody.
They were laughing and joking at you?
Sort of taking the mickey sort of thing. Well, that's not right. A company shouldn't have to more or less laugh and joke and take the mickey out of somebody.
No, they shouldn't. What makes you think they were laughing and joking and taking the mickey out of you?
Because I felt not right in my own house. I didn't feel comfortable in my own house.
Right. So what
I felt very uncomfortable with the second lot of people come out, and that was the manager and another bug that come with him.
Okay. The fact is, you've now got, as far as the company is saying that they've now got a problem because they've now got 2 loft ladders they can't fit in someone else's house. And they've got no money to show for it because you cancelled the cheque, so they didn't take any money from you.
But as I say, I only went up 2 steps on each of them. So I didn't go right up into the loft. So I can't say that I went up into the loft and I fiddled with something in the loft and then come back down on the steps. Because I only went up 2 steps, and that's far enough. I felt not safe on the flimsy one.
Right. But your original loft ladder has now gone.
I'd already had a loft door there, so there was no really need to change the loft door as well. They changed the loft door, but I didn't really need the loft door changing, and it also had a lock on it, which was perfectly fine.
Okay, but you haven't been charged for that because you haven't paid that company any money at all because you cancelled the cheque and they're not asking you to pay.
No.
But are you saying that you want them to come and fit you a wooden loft ladder for free?
Well, they should put a ladder in of some sort to replace the ladder they took away.
For free?
I'm now left without a ladder, and I now have to try and find somewhere to get a ladder from. And where I've tried different places, I now have to turn the ladder round, which I don't want the ladder turned round. I want it the way that I want it, so it comes down from the loft onto the landing. I don't want it coming down from the loft onto the bedroom, so it's more or less sitting on top of the bed.
Right.
They're telling me that I have to... The other companies are telling me I have to turn it round. I've been
So you have had other companies out to have a look, and they've suggested that you can't have the ladder the way that you want it to go.
Some of them have, yes. Well, two, in fact. Two companies. I've got in touch with 3 companies for different quotes.
Okay.
Hopefully are nearer to where I am than what that one was.
I mean, I guess, look, let me talk frankly with you, Michelle, and I'm not going to patronise you here, but let me just talk frankly with you. There would be, if I was in the business of loft ladders and I was listening to this story, I would be worried that there wasn't anything I would ever be able to do for you that would be what you wanted. I might be worried that there was simply no ladder light enough that you would be satisfied with that could go in the right direction that you want it to go and would be sturdy enough for you not to feel claustrophobic or for it to be feeling flimsy. I would just be worried that I would never be able to sort this problem for you. I would be worried that my company would also have the same problem where I'm trying to fit you my product, but you're not going to be happy with it.
I'd say I would have preferred my old ladder because, as I say, that was more of a sturdier ladder and it was more of a tread to go up into the loft. There was more, apart from 2 steps, which that was where the lock was on the...
Yeah, but nobody forced you to change your old ladder. If your old ladder ultimately was okay, you know, but nobody made you decide to have the ladder taken out and have a new ladder. You decided to have a new ladder put in, didn't you?
Yeah, but I wanted to handle on something that was more sort of lighter if I could. As I say, since then I've looked around and as I say, I've more or less set my mind now on a wooden one.
And is there someone who could make the wooden one for you in the direction that you want it to go, that's sturdy enough and yet lightweight enough for you to use?
Probably.
As
I say, I've tried 2 companies and I want to see what they're going to come out with.
I think what you need to do is
shopped around sort of thing.
I think what you need to do is you need to see the product and try the product before you buy it.
See, some of these people don't come out with the product so you can see it and try it. They just bring it out on a picture. Well, a picture's no good to see it, or a catalogue's no good to see it. You need to see the thing that you're purchasing before you buy it, sort of thing.
Yeah, I understand that. So what I'm just trying to think of in terms of a solution for you is how...
I can't get to anywhere like a industrial estate to look at any ladders or anything.
Why not?
Because of being disabled, sometimes there's no transport that could get me there, sort of thing.
But what about a friend or family member could help you?
Family members live far away from where I am, and people around, like friends and that, go to work and they've got their own lives to lead.
Yeah, but if you've got a good friend, I'm sure if they knew the predicament you were in,
they haven't got any cars of friends that I need.
Your friends don't have any cars.
Or transport. Relying on public transport. Well, public transport doesn't always get you to the place where you need to look at ladders.
No, but look, I can't magic you up the perfect loft ladder, Michelle.
I know you can't perfect me up a look.
But I don't think anyone can. So you're going to have to understand that you're asking for something quite specific. You want, in your mind, you've got this perfect loft ladder that you want to be fitted to your loft. Now, that may or may not exist.
Yes.
What I think is really important is that when you find a company that can provide you with this loft ladder that you want, you need to say to them, could you possibly arrange for me to have a look at one of your loft ladders that's very similar to this, that you fitted for someone else, so I can just go and have a look at it? I think you need to do that, because my worry, I mean, just talking to you bluntly and honestly, and I'm not patronising you here at all, Michelle, if I was in the business of making loft ladders, I would be terrified to do this job for you, because I would be thinking to myself, I'm going to spend a whole load of time and money trying to give Michelle what she wants, and I'm going to fit it for her, and she's going to say, oh no, it's too heavy, oh, it feels too flimsy, oh, it goes in the other direction, I don't like the direction it's going in. And I would end up with a nightmare situation where I've spent all that time and money making you a loft ladder, only for you to say, no, take it out and I'm not paying you. So that's I think the risk with all of this, that you're going to have to work with someone in order for them to provide you with what you need and what you want.
I say, things are heavy. If things are heavy, I can't manage things heavy.
No, that's right. Which is
that's
right. That's right. Which is why you need to see what you're buying in someone else's house, so you can have a play with it and see if it works for you. And if you do that and you say, do you know what? Actually, this is fine. I've managed to get this down. Then they could build that for you, couldn't they? But you might go to someone else's house and they might say, well, this is the lightweight ladder, and you might try it and say, that's too heavy for me. Because
the metal ones the aluminium ones seem too flimsy. Well, the aluminium ones are supposed to be light in weight. Aluminium, I thought.
Yeah.
Aluminium isn't all heavy. There is aluminium that is light in weight, but that one was far too flimsy.
Why, when you said to me last time you were on the programme, you don't really go up in the loft very much, why did you kind of start all of this? If you don't really go up in the loft very much and you're disabled, why would you make all this trouble?
Because I needed to get some bits out of the loft. And I still need to go up into the loft now and put some bits up there.
Right.
But so, without loft ladders, I can't do anything.
Well,
I don't want a pair of steps to go up there, because the steps are not going to be safe.
No. Well, I mean, there is an argument to say that if your disability is such, it may well not be safe for you to be going up and down into your loft anyway.
And so if I can get up and down in the loft and I've got a handrail and I'm safe if somebody's actually in the house.
Yeah, but what you're talking, if you just think about it for a second, the whole process of having a ladder with a handrail...
And you're taking somebody's confidence away from them, aren't you, really? That means...
No, hang on a second. If you think about it, the construction of a ladder with a handrail, there's quite a lot of either wood or aluminium in that, isn't there? So you are going to have some weight to it.
I don't think it's going to be that much weight to it.
Yeah, but you don't know, because you've never made...
Say, the last wooden ladder I had, there was hardly any weight to that. But as I say, it was getting a little bit heavy, so I thought I'd change it for another ladder. A wooden one.
Listen, having looked into it, I cannot honestly say that I feel as if the way this company has behaved is unreasonable. They haven't charged you anything for the two ladders that they've tried to fit for you. In terms of my advice for you, and I don't know what other people listening to the programme think, I don't know if other people can suggest anything, because I'm out of suggestions, really.
As I say, I would have thought for a big town that I live in, there should be more than what there is. There should be more of a variety, should I say.
More variety of what?
Ladders. I know you can go to somewhere like the hardware stores, but then you've still got to get somebody to probably fit it, but then you're not trying it, are you, if you're getting it from a hardware store?
No.
Like a big retail park sort of thing.
I'm going to put this out there because I genuinely, Michelle, it's not often, but I am completely out of suggestions as to how I can help you.
I can't go to a retail park and try a ladder out, because they're not for demonstrating, are they? Or trying them out at the retail park.
Well, no, not necessarily, but what they may well be able to do, if you could find a company who have, for example... Can I just ask, which town do you live in, Michelle?
Stevenage.
Okay. So it may well be that there's a company that has just installed a lightweight loft ladder for someone else in Stevenage. And they might be able to say to you, Michelle, get yourself round to, Acacia Avenue. We've just fitted one of our lightweight aluminium loft ladders with a handrail for Mrs. Smith. She's happy for you to go and have a little look at it this morning and to try it out at 11 o'clock. Could that be an alternative?
Yeah. I could go and try it and see what I think. And then if I think it suits, then buy or then put an order in.
Yeah, I think that's your best bet. So I think what you need to do is you need to make some contact with some different companies that fit loft ladders.
Well, I've done that with 3 companies.
Okay, well, you might need to do it some more. And then I think what you need to do is just to say, I live in Stevenage, I am disabled, so I can't get too far away because I've got limited transport. Could you possibly tell me, have you fitted any of your loft ladders in the area? Because what I'd really like to do before I order it is to go and have a look at one in situ. Does that sound like a plan?
Yes.
I think that's the best way forward. And then you've got 824 quid that's now in your bank account that you were going to use on this loft ladder, and you can use that money for having the new loft ladder either built or buying and fitting it for you, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. Are we there? Have we solved it?
I think so, yeah.
Right.
Hopefully.
Well, I hope so. But I think you've got to make sure you manage your expectations as well, Michelle. It may well be that in your mind, the perfect loft ladder that you're imagining, it might not exist. It might exist, I don't know, but it might not. So I think that's why you need to check the next one before you buy it, OK?
Right, OK, thank you very much.
Will you please let me know how you get on?
Yes.
All right. Good luck, Michelle.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you very much indeed.
Hello.
Hello, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. I've ordered a new front door. It took me quite a while to save up the money to get this door, and they came and fitted it on the 8th of June. And I was very pleased with it. It looks just lovely. Really, really nice. I was very, very happy. Apart from the salesperson did tell me I would get 5 keys. They only gave me 3. So, I was a little bit annoyed, but overall, very pleased. And then the next day I went to open my front door and it wouldn't open. And I was tugging on it and kind of really trying to get this thing open. It would not open. Yeah, and we've had that issue.
Why wouldn't it open? What was wrong with it?
Well, the actual lock. It's got one of these just little twisty lock that you just turn round, and it just wouldn't move. It was literally jammed. It would not move.
Oh.
So I locked it and then unlocked it and then tried to open it. It wouldn't. It just wouldn't move. It wouldn't unlock.
Jammed shut.
Yes. Absolutely.
Weird though that it had been very weird that it had been fine the day before.
Yeah, but it had been fitted, and then the children had come home from school, and we hadn't literally used the door since then. So we'd opened and shut it a couple of times.
And is it a door that just it locks shut when you shut it, or do you have to lift a handle and then turn
No, it locks shut when you shut it.
I see.
Yeah.
And has it got a top thing that pops out, a bottom thing that pops out, and then the middle latch, and then there's a proper lock that you can lock in the middle?
Yes, that's right.
I know the kind of locking mechanism. Okay. And the whole thing is it's jammed but locked?
Jammed shut, yes. We couldn't open the door.
Oh, dear.
So, yeah, so I called the company, and it took me over an hour to get through on their to their customer services. And when I got through, they were actually really helpful. And they said, don't worry, we'll send out a locksmith. And they did send out a locksmith that day. And the locksmith came and said, I can't really... He said, I can see what's wrong. He says, there's something wrong with the actual lock itself. So I'd ordered a high-security lock. And he took this lock out. And he said, there's scratches on it. And it's also not been fitted very well. And he showed me where the lock was screwed into the door. The person who had fitted it had used the incorrect screws and had actually kind of welded them in with silicone. So I was like, I'm not happy with that at all. If there was a problem fitting the lock, then I should have been informed when they were fitting it.
But didn't the door come already assembled with the lock in it?
I don't know. I mean, I worked from home and I was having to work, so I was going in and out kind of just to check on the work, but I didn't see when the door was kind of unloaded from the van.
Okay, was this, is it a composite door?
Yes.
Right. Well, I'm fairly sure the door should have come with all normally composite doors, they come ready-made in the frame.
Exactly. So whether it was or not, whoever had put the lock in had put in incorrect screws and fitted it all with silicone, and it all looked a bit of a mess when the locksmith took it off. Yes. So he fitted a different lock into my door and said that should be okay, but it's not the high security one that you ordered, which are a lot more expensive. I said, okay, well, hopefully the company will provide me with a replacement lock. So I called the company up again and said this had happened, and they didn't seem in a particular hurry to replace the lock. No apology for it being a shabby job, nothing really. And they booked me in fact, with an engineer visit for today. Mm-hmm. So, about 2 weeks later. So I was then left with a different lock, but the door was opening until the next day, when it jammed again.
Oh, you're joking.
No. Oh, no. It gets better. So the door jammed again, and this time I was outside, and I had to just climb through the window, which was not a pretty sight. I'm not a small lady, and I had to climb through my window. My neighbours can see me. They've seen I've got a new front door, and there's me climbing in the window. Really not good. And to top it off, I've got a health condition called fibromyalgia, which is a chronic pain and fatigue condition. And the stress of this and climbing in and out of a window has kind of flared that condition up and caused me more kind of physical pain. So it's, really not ideal. And I called the company. Again, it took over an hour this time to get through. And again, they just sent out a locksmith. And this happened repeatedly. So it happened pretty much every day.
Was it the same locksmith that came out?
Yeah, the company I got the door from uses a specific locksmith company.
Okay, so when the locksmith came back to assess the job that he'd done this time.
No, it was a different locksmith that came out. So it's a different man each time that comes out.
Oh, I see, but from the same company.
Yes, the same company.
When the locksmith came back to try and work out why the door wasn't opening, after one of their company had fitted a lock for you, what did he say was wrong with it?
He said the door's been incorrectly fitted.
So it's the door that's to blame?
Yeah, it's the actual fitting of the door that's to blame. So they looked at it and kind of said, well, it's opening now, so just, it should be fine. And off they went. Same thing happened the next day.
Yeah.
And I believe that was then the Saturday. So when I called up the door company, their customer services were closed. They closed at 12 o'clock on a Saturday for the weekend, and I thought, I can't handle this. But luckily, I had the phone number of the locksmith company. So I called them directly, and they were really good, and they sent somebody out who agreed with the previous locksmith that actually the door has been incorrectly fitted. And this locksmith actually stayed for quite a while because they could see how distressed I was. And they stayed for quite a while, kind of opening, shutting the door, trying different ways of doing it, slamming it, and that was something that would definitely jam the door. And then what they showed me is that in order to open the door, what I'd have to do is either really push hard from the inside, push against the door, so that the locking mechanism would kind of come out, and then it would open. And if I was outside, then he said what I had to do was really pull hard on the handle towards me and then try it with the key, and it should open.
Okay.
But again, this is not ideal. And he was also saying things like, put some Vaseline on the locking mechanisms, and and I really wasn't very impressed at this point at all.
How much had you paid for this new front door?
£2,245.
Okay. And I presume you did your homework before you had the door fitted?
I looked at different companies and I looked at some of their reviews on their website.
Yeah. And did you look at the structure of the door as well?
Yes, and this particular company had one of the best structures. It's a very, very good actual door. What's
the actual, because obviously a composite door, you can have all different qualities of composite door. They all have this kind of plastic coating on the inside and the outside.
Yeah.
But very often the cheaper ones, they will have a wooden frame inside and then they fill it with foam. And they talk about the wonderful thermal insulating properties of the door and the soundproofing, and it's all marvellous, you know. But what they don't tell you is that you could just kick a hole in it straight away because all that's in the middle of it is foam.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I did see doors like this. This one isn't one of those. This one is one where it's got various different layers, and the salesperson that came round had a slice of door, so you could actually see all the different layers in there.
And what is it, like layers of timber, or some of them have a metal cage on the inside to stop you kicking your way through it?
Yeah, that's it. And they're very high security, and they showed videos of people trying to break into the door, and and they couldn't. And so it is a really good quality door, which is why I was happy to pay that amount of money for it.
Yeah. Well, but you'd be amazed. Sometimes people come to my programme and they've spent £2,000 on what I consider to be a cheap composite door, which just is full of foam. And they have no idea. You know, the door looks fine and it shuts and it locks fine and, you know, the locking mechanism's wonderful on it. But what they don't realise is that all it would take is a few hefty kicks from someone with a size 11 shoe and they'd be straight through that door. So it is a bit of advice for anyone listening to the programme. And I became a bit of an obsessive geek about front doors a few years ago when I looked into having one done. If you are looking to have a composite door, just make sure you investigate what's on the inside of that door. What is the filling of the door? And it may well have some kind of foam on it, but you must have something solid in the middle of it to stop someone kicking through. And you can either have doors that have a timber construction on the inside, or you can have some that have a metal construction on the inside that ultimately stop anyone getting in. There's no point spending £2,000 on a new front door if somebody can kick their way through it. So it sounds as if I need to go and have a word with this company and find out what on earth is going wrong with your door. I would be surprised if it wasn't adjustable, because normally these doors do have adjustment on the lock. But it's a bit strange that the locksmith hasn't managed to do that adjustment.
Well, the one that stayed for quite some time did adjust the hinges. He did something with the hinges.
Yes.
And it's been better since then, but there has still been days where it has actually jammed again, and we've had to resort to the window. At the moment, the last couple of days, it's actually worked all right. The engineer came out this morning and said, it all looks fine. I said, well, it might look fine, but every now and again it just jams shut, and it's not, it's not doing what it should be. So he's fiddled about with the hinges as well. So I just don't know. But I mean, the thing that's just really annoyed me is that, it wasn't up to scratch. It wasn't what I expected. You don't buy a front door and then not be able to use it for 2 weeks.
No, of course. Okay. Well, let me get some detail, and I'll go and have a word with the company for you, and I'll try and find out what on earth is going on and how they can reassure you that this door is going to be fixed, and when it is fixed, it's fixed properly, so you don't have this problem again.
Yeah.
Okay. Brilliant. Leave it with us. I'll pass you back to the team, Anna. We'll get some detail, okay? Now, Dave purchased a king-size divan bed, mattress and headboard in May of this year. Cost £500 for the whole set. But within a week of having it, it was very clear this bed wasn't as good quality as Dave was expecting.
We got it put together and everything. After a couple of days, the bed frame base started to squeak. And we took the mattress off and had a look at it. And it is just really, really poor quality bed frame. once you take the drawers out, you can look at the wood on the inside, and it looks like scrap pieces of wood that have been used to make the frame. And also the plywood, look, is on the top of the base, is dipping as well. So there's no structure in the middle of the base at all, really. And we eventually got a phone call back, and they suggested that there wasn't much that they could do.
Well, I've been off to speak to this company on a couple of occasions now. Let's see what the latest is. Is Dave a happy customer now, yes or no? Let's find out. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
Yes, I'm well, thank you, Dave. Now, as you know, when I first made contact with the company, they came back and said that as far as they were aware, when they'd had a previous conversation with you, they weren't aware of the fact that you wanted to select a different kind of bed base. Now, I don't know whether that's your recollection, but they didn't seem to be aware of the fact that you wanted a different bed base, so they'd just gone ahead and ordered you the same bed base as a replacement. They said that now they were aware of that, they were giving you the option to select a different kind of bed base. But when I spoke to you last, you weren't happy with that because you'd gone through the various options available with this company, and the only suitable bed frame, because you want a bed frame rather than a divan, you said looks to be really cheap, flimsy, poor quality, and there's no point replacing one poor quality bed base with another bed base that's poor quality. So I said, well, what would you like? And you said, well, I just would like to return the whole lot because I don't think it's very good. I don't think they're going to be able to give me a bed base that is suitable. The good news is that you had indeed tried to reject the item within the first 30 days. This is, and just for advice for other people listening to the programme, the Consumer Rights Act that you'll hear me banging on about a lot, the bit of legislation that was created in 2015, provides consumers with 30 days from the date of purchase, or in this case the date of delivery, to reject faulty goods and to ask for a full refund. After 30 days, the retailer no longer has to offer you your money back. They can offer you a repair instead. But within the first 30 days, as long as the product is considered to be defective, then you are entitled to reject the goods and have your money back. And you tried to do that within the first 30 days. So I went back to them and said, look, Dave is not confident that you can give him a suitable alternative. He'd like you to take it all away and have his money back. And they came back, and I'm hoping that you are a happy bunny, because they say, we can confirm we've spoken to the customer, we have arranged for the goods to be collected, and he will receive a refund for his order. The collection will be booked today. That was yesterday. So what's happened? Have you heard from them?
That's right. Yesterday afternoon, I had a phone call from a young lady in their office, and they said that they would come and collect the bed and the frame and mattress, all one kit, collect it on the 3rd of July. And then once they've received it back, they'll process my refund.
3rd of July. Right. I'll tell you what I'd like you to do, Dave. I would like you to follow that up with an email to them so that there's a paper trail of this. Yep. So what I would like you to do is to email. Have you got that? I don't want the lady's name now, but do you know her name?
I've got their email address anyway, so yeah.
And you know her name?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So following my conversation with such and such on the 23rd of June 2021, I'd just like to confirm my understanding of that conversation, that you will be coming to collect the bed on the 3rd of July, and I will then receive a full refund at that point. I think it's just a good idea to make sure there is a paper trail, something, so there's no kind of dispute in a couple of weeks' time as to what's been agreed, okay?
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay. I've also got from them in writing that that's what they're going to do, so we should be fine, but I think it's just belt and braces, a good idea to follow that up with an email just to make sure that everyone's singing from the same hymn sheet and that you're outlining the date that they're coming to collect it as well. Half of the horn. They will get the rest as soon as they've collected that bed frame, headboard, the whole lot, and given you your money back, okay?
Lovely.
In the meantime, Dave, you've now got to start bed shopping again.
Exactly, yeah.
My advice to you, spend as much as you can afford to spend. Don't ever scrimp on a bed. You spend a third of your life in bed. Make sure it's a good quality bed, it's comfortable. Go and try a bed. Never buy a bed that you haven't tried. Spend at least 20 minutes lying on that bed to make sure that it really is comfortable, and hopefully you'll be all right.
Lovely. Thanks ever so much for your help, and I'll let you know when they've collected everything.
The weather is looking pretty horrible. Although Kimberly's on the line. Hello, Kimberly.
Hello.
Hello. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, no problem. So, moved into our property roughly over 5 years ago. And we're happy with it. You know, it was a beautiful property. And obviously during COVID and stuff, everybody was doing home improvements. So we looked around and we thought, oh, you know, what can we, you know, improve and get better and stuff. So our bathroom taps were looking a bit grotty. The chrome was all peeling off and stuff, and it was all black around there. So we thought we'd get in touch with the company and just let them know what was happening. Unfortunately, they were closed due to COVID.
Sorry, hang on a second. You were looking around at your property and looking at what could be done, and you saw the taps and noticed that. So that you called the company. What? The company that had fitted the bathroom for you, or what?
The company themselves that had the taps had come from. So
right.
When you buy a new build house, everything that you get in the house comes with a warranty from that specific company where the developer has purchased it from.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, and how long is the warranty that you would get with, for example, the manufacturer of taps?
For the taps, it was 5 years for these specific taps.
Okay.
So we were in warranty at that point in time, obviously, when we rang them, and unfortunately no one was there. We even tried, I think, emailing as well and got no response at all. So we left it. And unfortunately, things just, it's just gotten worse and worse with time. And it's just embarrassing when guests come over and the chrome is all peeling away, especially in the guest toilet downstairs. So luckily, of course, everything opened back. We got in touch with them. And they were very, they were kind at first, and it's just been a pushback ever since then. We haven't sent the right information to them that they need to see. It's always constantly like, this is not what we need something else, but no help at all. There haven't been any, the customer service has not been great. We've been promised callbacks from supervisors. They haven't provided that. We've just got an email saying we can't help you at this time. Obviously now the warranty has, come to an end, and we're at a point now where I'm happy to buy through the taps, but I just feel like their customer service could have been a little bit better.
Okay. It's rather interesting because I'm just having a look at the photos you've sent in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have the same brand of taps in my bathroom, and I have exactly the same problem as you with my taps in terms of... let me just describe. If you imagine the top of a tap that you would have in a bathroom, the chrome has become absolutely covered in little tiny bubbles underneath the chrome, all over the surface of it. Now, I have exactly the same. Can I be honest with you? I presumed I put it down to probably the fact that I clean them a lot, and therefore I'm putting a lot of chemicals on them. What do you use to clean your taps? Because I notice around the base, I don't mean to be rude, but around the base of this tap, it's looking a bit lime-scaly and a bit grubby.
Exactly. So I tend to use, I use natural ingredients. So I use vinegar and water, which was another part of why I think I'm a bit perturbed about the entire situation, because they tried to throw it back to me that the chemicals that I was using would have caused this. And I said I use natural ingredients, vinegar and water, and I don't let it settle there for long. And if it's, which is why it's left the way with lime scale, because I don't want to use abrasive stuff. I'm quite aware of how it can damage the chrome. And I've spoken to a plumber friend of ours, and he suggested that the product is just not made for the purpose that it was fit for. It should be able to last more than the time that it's stated. So I'm a bit of a loss myself, And I feel like if we had complained within the right time frame, or not had so much pushback, and obviously with COVID and everything, that maybe it would have been resolved better. But I feel like they've, I understand that companies are probably feeling a bit of a tightening of the belts recently because of everything. But, the customer, personally, it's just about the customer service. It could have been more helpful.
Well, I do find it interesting that certainly around the base of the tap, so there's a kind of ring around the base of the tap that then goes, is that on your sink? Yes, it's on your sink, isn't it? So that base, to me, I mean, as I'm looking at it, I want to get my toothbrush out and some of my stuff and come round and clean it for you because
I would be so grateful.
because it's a bit black. It looks a bit mouldy.
It is. It's awful.
But
can you imagine guests come in and seeing that in your downstairs toilet? It's not, and it's a new build house. It's 5 years old.
Yeah, but it's not. But it's not the tap manufacturer's fault that the tap's not clean.
Oh no! I decided to where the black bits are. That is part of the tap. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. That's where the chrome has come away. That's not lime scale. I
can see round the base, round the circle of the base, you've got a black line that is formed when you don't use a nice toothbrush to get all in there and clean all that black out.
I don't think so. I'm very thorough in my house and I clean everything. That's
sorry, I don't mean to be rude.
I don't mean to be rude. No, that's not a problem. If
I'm quite fussy with my bathroom, so I know a clean tap. And I'm telling you, that tap, I want to come round.
One of the taps. If you look at the other two taps, there's no black ring.
Yes, but look, despite me being rude and suggesting that the base of the tap needs a good clean, it's still what is still interesting is the fact that the chrome on the top of the tap that I can see here is the bottom photo. Is that also in the sink, or is that in a bath tap? No, it's the same tap,
isn't it? No, it's all tap sinks, all bathroom tap sinks.
Okay. It is interesting that the top of it is bubbling in exactly the same way as my bathroom taps, but you're telling me all you use is vinegar and water?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
Pretty much. I mean, what do you use when not vinegar and water?
Well, if a bit of toilet, toothpaste or something falls on it, that's what I'm saying. I mean, around a tap, there's lots of people, you wash your hands and, I clean, if I'm using it to clean in the bathroom or something, I use stuff for the, do you understand what I mean? I would never put something abrasive on the tap.
Oh, okay.
I just think the tap is not fit for purpose, to be honest. I would never try and get out of purchasing. It's 3 bathroom taps. I'm not asking for the world. I'm asking, if they want to help me, they can help me. If not, no problem.
Well, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go and have a word with them, and I will be able to say from my own personal perspective that I have the same issue with the taps in my bathroom. So let me put it to them, and let me just say to them, is it possible that the way they have coated the tap with the chrome has either not been very good, or the layer of it is not very good, or there must be some reason why it's bubbling in that way.
Definitely, because if you're having that issue and you use abrasive materials and I don't, I don't think it's down to how
I don't know that I use abrasive materials. I just use proper bathroom cleaners. So I use Flash Bathroom, I use Cif, I use Dettol bathroom cleaners. Sometimes I switch it up depending on whether I'm tackling lime scale in the bathroom or whether I'm tackling just kind of general grime. So I use all kinds of different things, but they're all specifically designed bathroom products. But many manufacturers of products, whether it be sinks or taps or whatever, you will notice in their care instructions, they normally say something stupid like, only ever use a damp cloth to clean it. As if, I don't know if do you live in Hertfordshire, Kimberly?
No, I don't.
Well, I do. And as if a damp cloth is ever going to clean a grubby bathroom in Hertfordshire. I mean, it's ridiculous. By the time you've got a bathroom that's got limescale all over it and soap scum, a damp cloth is never going to touch it, is it really? So, but they will very often put that on the care instructions. Just use a damp cloth, and that they then use that as the argument for why they won't cover any kind of damage, because they say, "Oh, you've used very, very, very abrasive chemicals, and that's what's done it."
I think that's the only reason why I use that term is because that's what they try to imply when we spoke on the phone, that you must have used abrasive products, and I think that got my back up as well, because you don't know what I use on my taps before even asking. You just assumed that it has to be because of that, which to me just sounded very shady. Okay. So,
let me go and have a word. What I may well do as well is share the photo that you've sent, particularly the photo of the top of the tap, just to see if other people have experienced the same thing. And if anyone listening to the programme, can you do me a favour? Can you just go and have a look at your taps in your bathroom and on your bath? Can you just have a look at the top layer of chrome? If there are any bubbles in that top layer of chrome, little tiny bubbles, looks almost like the surface of sandpaper, can you just give my team a call? Let me know the brand of the tap, because I do wonder whether there is an issue with that brand. Right, Kimberly, can you leave it with us? What I'll do, Tara, can we get some detail? Can we go and have a word with this company?
Yeah, absolutely.
And see what they have to say about it, because it is intriguing. Do you have the same brand of tap or not?
I don't have the same brand of tap. I also haven't got an issue with peeling chrome. I don't know that the two are linked.
No bubbles?
No bubbles.
Right.
I don't use anything particularly abrasive either. My dad is a big fan of using vinegar and lemon juice on cleaning things.
I can't stand it. It smells like a fish and chip shop.
You don't like the smell. But it's very effective at removing limescale.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, but I much prefer nice products that smells clean. And when you finish the bathroom, it actually smells of a clean bathroom rather than smells of, the local chippy.
Fair enough.
But anyway, look, let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word, OK? Now, Sally purchased 2 recliner sofas for £899.99 in 2019. One of them seems to be ageing very quickly.
I'm having trouble with one of the seats on the 3-seater recliner. The other 2 seats on there are perfectly all right. It's just one of them has gone very lumpy and it seems to be dipping in the middle. It's a seat that I sit in, but I'm not really that heavy and I've got no young children to jump on it or anything. I mean, the other seat that my husband sits on, naturally he's heavier than me, that's fine. The 2-seater settee, the seats are perfectly all right. They just said that I was out of my 12 months warranty. I said to them, what about my consumer rights? And they said, I haven't got any. If I'd have taken the 5-year extra guarantee on them, I would have been fine. But I wasn't even offered that anyway.
Well, it's complete nonsense. If a company ever tells you that you don't have consumer rights, go and familiarise yourself with what you are entitled to. The information, you'll find it on a government website that outlines all the legislation. It's called the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. The legislation that was in existence before that was the Sale of Goods Act, 1979. Very similar bits of legislation. The fundamental part is that you're entitled to expect any product you buy to be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and to last for a reasonable amount of time. No one in their right mind would be happy with a sofa that's falling apart within 2 years of use. So I went to have a word with this company on Sally's behalf, and strangely enough, they didn't even mention the fact they didn't think Sally had any rights. They got straight onto it. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sally.
Hello.
They got straight onto it, didn't they? They came back, they said to me that they were going to be resolving the matter directly with you, and sure enough, when they spoke to you, they said, yep, we're going to come out and we are going to replace the sofa with a brand new one. Only one of them, but then you only had the problem with one of the sofas. Now, when we spoke last, I think you were expecting a delivery that afternoon. That was on Wednesday, wasn't it? Did they turn up?
Yes, they did. But then they refused to take it.
What do you mean they refused to take it?
Well, we had to package it all up. Mm-hmm. They sent me sofa bags, which my husband and I managed to get them on eventually. I mean, neither of us are that young. And then when they eventually arrived, he took one look at it and he said, can't take that, won't go through the door. So I said, well, it came through the door. No, we can't take it. You should have took the backs off. So I said, well, I'm sorry, I didn't even know the backs came off. And he said something about a cardboard box. I said, no, not in cardboard. I said, when they delivered these, they took all the packaging back with them. I said, I've just got the sofa bags that they sent to me and asked me to put them in. No, we can't take that. So with that, I rang up the company. The first person I spoke to said, oh, no, the backs don't come off. They should be fine. They should be able to get them through the door. I said, well, I'm sorry, they're refusing to take them. So they rang the carriers, and they said, oh, no, they're not to take them because they won't get them through the door. So consequently, I've still got them here. I'm due to have the new one delivered this afternoon, and they will take the old one back. I mean, they wanted me to accept the new one. I said, well, where can I put it? Because my room's not that large. So consequently, we're still stuck with the old one, all packaged up.
I mean, so when they delivered the sofas originally, they didn't have to kind of take the backs off to get them into your house?
No, they took all the packaging off before they came into the house. Yeah. And as far as I can remember, they just brought them through the door and put them in place where we wanted them to be put.
Right. Well, obviously, whoever was delivering these sofas was just wanting to be difficult.
Well, yes, definitely.
Maybe what they were hoping was that they could deliver the new ones, you would accept the new ones, they would then be able to kick up this fuss about taking the old ones, in which case they would then not have to dispose of the old ones. That would become your problem.
Yes.
I suspect that may well be what they were trying to do, which is hugely disappointing.
Very.
So they are coming this afternoon, and they have promised that they will take away the old one and deliver the new one.
Yes, they have, but we had to unpackage the old one and try and remove the backs.
And have you've done that, yeah?
Yes, we've managed to do that now with a lot of fuss and everything, but we've managed to do it, packaged them back up, and hopefully they're supposed to be here between 4 and 6 today.
Right. OK, well, I had hoped that today would be the day I was able to conclude this case and play the company the horn. I'm not going to give them even one honk of it after that experience, Sally. How frustrating.
It was.
It sounds like Captain Jobsworth and his crew came round to do this for you. How annoying. Leave it with us. Let's talk on Monday. Are you around on Monday?
Yes, I am, yes.
OK, let's talk on Monday. Fingers crossed everything will be sorted then.
Yes, hope so.
I've got everything crossed as we speak, Sally, so I hope it works.
Right, thank you very much.
Lucy had an old polycarbonate roof on her conservatory that needed replacing. She found a company that could do the job.
They sent a surveyor around. They said, yep, we can do this, 5,700, and you're paying for instalments as a deposit when the materials arrive, when the roof is erected, and then when the job is finally done. The job was supposed to take 3 days to a week. They arrived on the 19th of October, the subcontractors, and from that point, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. And the third-party mediation company said, look, debit card dispute, can't do that. Wait for the company to cease trading, get the insurance back guarantee. Well, I can't do that because I've got water coming in, half-plastered, building materials everywhere. Third option, small claims court. Spoken to a solicitor, he said to me, well, it's a clear breach of contract, isn't it? This has been an absolute disaster. And I'm coming to you because it's a lengthy process and it's an expensive process. So I was just hoping if there might be something that you guys could do.
Well, when I started to look into this after the programme, to be honest with you, and if you've been following this story from the beginning, you'll be familiar with this, my heart sank. I thought, oh no, I can't believe it's them. Lucy's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Lucy.
Hi.
The man that owns the parent company that ultimately is responsible for your conservatory roof, I'm dealing with him regarding another customer complaint regarding a kitchen, where he owes one of my other listeners thousands of pounds. He says he doesn't have the money. He's in financial dire straits because of the virus that apparently has had a devastating impact on his business. To be fair to him, he did say that he wants to try and pay that customer back and is indeed paying her back in instalments of £500. But the reason I bring this up, it's quite relevant, the fact that this man says he has a big financial problem. So being able to just suddenly pay you loads of money, Lucy, based on what he's told me with this other case, is not going to happen. No. So he then said to me, this company that Lucy has had fit this conservatory roof, they are a franchise that I sold. And the man that runs the franchise, he told me who it was. And I thought, oh no, I know that name. Oh no. And when I started to just refresh my memory, looking back at all of my files, sure enough, this man, his daughter and partner were running another company in the area that again was specialising in conservatories. That company now seems to have gone, and what he's done is he's purchased this franchise instead, but it's the same group running the company, albeit he's not the director of this new company. He's made the director of the new company his partner, who has a completely different name. My experience with him in the past, and indeed with his daughter, is that they just don't return calls. They don't seem to want to have a conversation at all. So when you put all of this together, you'll understand, Lucy, why I didn't necessarily feel very positive about being able to resolve this matter for you. However, I've done my best. And what I did was I spoke to the guy that owns the parent company and said to him, look, this is the experience. I can't get the other guy to call me back. He never does call me back. Can you try and contact him and stress to him how important it is that this is resolved? And sure enough, that does appear to have worked, because the company then got in touch with you. They seemed quite keen to have a conversation with you. And last time we spoke, you were telling me that they'd sent the chaps out. The guy was there in the background. He was removing part of the roof. Now, what you actually want them to do is to remove part of the roof to expose the problem, because you then want to have an independent company have a look at it to find out where the water's actually coming in from. You do not trust this original company to do the repair for you. Last time you and I spoke, he was there in the background working. How did things go that day? Are you feeling happy or not?
Okay, yeah, so they came Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock, and I said, right, we're here to remove all these materials.
Oh, Lucy, your mobile phone signal's terrible. Can you just move a bit? Because I do need to be able to hear you clearly.
Can you hear me now?
That's better, yeah, for goodness sake, don't move from there.
I'm not, I'll stay still.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so they came Tuesday morning, and they said, okay, we understand we need to remove these materials as per the email and fix the roof. And I said, no, don't try and fix the roof. Just remove these materials. And I ran through them with them as per the surveyor's report, and we were all clear. And I said, look, he has said the box gutter needs to be completely bare so we can see any condensation, and that any glue residue needs to be removed. And they kind of ummed and ahed and said, oh, it's going to be hard and whatever else. And they said, look, do you want, because the box gutter is an L shape and one side of it is leaking heavily but the other side's not. So I said, do you want us to remove the materials from both sides? I went back to the third party company and they said, yes, get them to remove both sides. So I said, yes, please, remove both sides, and you're clear on what you're removing. They said, yes. Now, my partner's working upstairs, and I had to go out. So they left, having done the job. But when I checked it, they'd only removed one side of the box gutter material. So I called the company. I said, look, they need to come back. They need to remove the other side. We did have this discussion. We'd also noticed that they dented a bit of plaster in the ceiling. However, I mean, in the big scheme of things, that bit of plaster is nothing. Anyway, they came back in the afternoon. They removed the other side of it. Again, I was out picking my son up. My partner's upstairs working, and they left. And they hadn't removed everything the inspector wanted them to remove. The glue residue was still there. Remnants of the lining, the black lining that was insulating it, and the foam was left. So I thought, oh, this inspector's a real stickler, and he has specifically said he wants it bare. So I emailed the next day. I emailed the company. I copied the third party company in, and I said, look, I'm not overly impressed with what the guys have done. Here's everything, cross-referencing the surveyor's report of what needed to be removed. Here's a video, so you can see what has been removed. Can the guys come back? Because the box gutter really needs to be bare. And I hadn't even attempted to scrape it off, with a metal scraper, and the foam would have come off quite easily. So that was Wednesday morning. I sent that email, and I haven't heard anything since. Now, about an hour ago, I tried to call the company. It's the partner of the man you're talking about, and the phone rang twice and then diverted to voice message. So I can only think she kind of decided she wasn't happy to take my call.
Oh dear. So do we now assume that they are now doing their usual trick of closing down communication?
I don't know. I mean, potentially, yeah. I mean, if the director of the parent company is still speaking to you, and as far as I know, still in some kind of communication with the third-party mediation company, then I guess that's one thing. But these guys, yes, they might have closed off communication. I mean, all I can hope is the inspector thinks to himself, well, this has gone on long enough. And actually, if they weren't competent enough to put up the original roof and make any fixes or amendments, well, they're not going to be competent at taking materials down, and we're just going to have to deal with it as it is, and he's just going to have to inspect it. But I don't know, because he's a real stickler, and he was very specific that glue residue and foam and everything must be completely off.
Right. Well, I think what I need to do is to contact the guy that owns the parent company again. I need to explain that you have had this problem and that it hasn't been done properly, and that you'd like to give them an opportunity to do so. I'd really hoped, as I have said throughout all of this, I had really hoped that this company finally had decided that closing down the communication and going silent with a view to me then ending up with no alternative but to identify them on the programme, which must have caused immense difficulty for them in terms of their reputation. I'd really hoped that they wanted to turn the page on that and they wanted to have a fresh start and they wanted to try and resolve the matter without that becoming that usual pattern repeating itself again. What you're telling me now worries me.
I know. Well, I think whenever they get into reputational difficulty or start having problems, they just rename the companies. That's what I can see. They change the names of them. And yeah, it passes through different hands, but they just kind of change the name.
Well, none of that helps you. And at the moment, you've given this company thousands of pounds for a conservatory roof that leaks terribly.
Yeah.
And
I'm also dubious about, I know the director of the parent company is saying he's in financial difficulty because of COVID, but I have spoken to a couple of other builders unrelated to this who have said, you know what, we've been rushed off our feet with work because people are locked down, they wanted to do home improvements and we're able to keep running. So I would say his financial difficulty really is due to the poor work that his companies do and therefore the poor reviews that they receive.
Let me go and have another chat with him. Let's take it from there and let's see if I can get them to start communicating with you again. When is the inspector due out to you, Lucy?
It will be the last week of July. Exact date hasn't been set yet.
Okay, fine. Well, let's see what we can do. Let's see if they can come back and to do this final bit. And if not, I guess the inspector's going to have to come out and he's going to have to just see it as it is and you're going to have to explain that you've tried to do everything you possibly can to get them to remove whatever needed to be removed in order for him to be able to inspect it. But the trouble is, if he inspects it and he then determines what needs to be done, there's no guarantee that this company are then actually going to do what's required.
No, well, my understanding is because obviously we've lost all faith in them being able to fix it for the numerous attempts that they've made, that actually it might get to the point where he says, okay, the inspector says, this needs to happen to fix it, and we saw somebody else to fix it, and potentially the director pays.
Right.
That's what I understand from the mediation company. That is a procedure they have used in the past.
Right. Well, let's hope that actually pays off. Let's hope that does happen. Lucy, let me put a call into him this afternoon and we'll take it from there. Now, Diane came to my programme with a problem regarding her gym membership. She and her husband joined a gym 12 years ago. They've both had health problems recently, so they decided to put their gym membership on freeze last March when the virus hit, as they needed to shield. Well, they haven't used the membership since, but they've been charged during that period on 2 occasions when they shouldn't have been. In April of this year, they decided actually they weren't going to use the membership, so they cancelled.
Our health has got worse. Remember, we're in our mid-70s, so then decided to send a cancellation letter in to the gym, which I'd done on the computer. But they had a computer glitch and said that they'd probably had lost my email. So I waited a couple of weeks and then wrote a letter to my manager at the gym, and that was in May. Now they're taking more money out of my direct debit.
Well, she's cancelled the direct debit to stop the gym taking any more money, but she says the gym has now started writing to her and suggesting that action is going to be taken against her because she's stopped paying and they want more money from her. Well, as I mentioned to Diane during our last conversation, in my experience, a lot of gyms can be absolutely ruthless when it comes to trying to extricate yourself from your membership and trying to get away from them and stop them taking money from you. And unfortunately, in this particular case, it would appear that is exactly what's going on. Diane is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Diane.
Hello, Jonathan.
Now, Diane, I'll be honest with you. After we'd spoken last time and I looked at the file and started researching what was going on, I'd never heard of this company. I thought, never heard of this lot before. It's a bit strange. I quickly realised what's going on. This company has only recently relatively recently anyway, purchased this particular gym company.
That's correct.
Right. So you had been a member of a previous company that has now been taken over by this company.
Correct.
Right. So I contacted them and I phoned the local branch. The local branch is based in Dunstable, and I was very lucky to be put straight through to the manager, actually.
Well, yes, you were.
So I spoke to him, and he said, "Oh, okay." But he said, "Let me take the details, and I'll get someone to call you back." Well, I didn't receive any call at all, so I got a bit
surprised.
I got a bit frustrated and phoned back and said, "What's going on? I haven't heard from anyone to discuss this complaint." He said, "Yes, I have spoken to my colleagues, and we don't have any comment to make." I said, "What do you mean you don't have any comment to make?" I said, "Whether you have any comment to make or not has no bearing on whether I'm going to cover this story or not. I'm just purely giving you the opportunity to provide a response for the programme." He said, "We don't have any further comment to make." And that was the end of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Did this company, by any chance, I say, with my fingers crossed, pick up the phone to you and try and resolve the matter directly with you?
Never, ever. They're so hard to get hold of. And there's a certain website which does reviews.
Now, hang on, I don't want you to be making any further comments because I'm about to identify this company. So let's leave that particular angle there.
Right.
But they haven't made any attempt to contact you?
No, never.
Okay, fine. The company concerned is Everlast Fitness Clubs. Now, it would appear Everlast Fitness Clubs took over. It was DW Fitness before, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. And it would appear Everlast Fitness Clubs do not want to make any kind of comment whatsoever on the fact that you say they've taken more money than they were entitled to, and when you have cancelled your direct debit and cancelled your membership, they're now threatening you with debt collection unless you pay them more money.
Yes, I've got the emails.
Okay. Well, this is what I would do if I were in your position. Firstly, I would contact the bank. Have you spoken to the bank about the direct debit guarantee?
Yes, I have, yes.
And has the bank said that they will be able to reclaim any of the money for you that this company took, according to you, incorrectly by direct debit?
No, they never actually told me that bit about the money they've already taken.
Well, I would certainly suggest that you contact your bank back, and you will need to obviously demonstrate this with proof. But if the company have taken direct debits that they were not entitled to take, then you are covered by the direct debit guarantee. So I would ask your bank to please make sure that that money is returned to you. Regarding Everlast Fitness Club, as long as you are confident that you have indeed informed them in writing that you want to cancel and that you were within your rights to cancel, then I would be inclined to write a letter to them to outline the date and to refer them back to your previous correspondence. And I would be inclined to point out that you do not expect to hear any further, you do not expect to receive any further correspondence from them or their debt collectors regarding this matter. And should you have to deal with this matter in the future, your hourly rate is charged at £50 per hour, and you will be counter-suing this particular company, Everlast Fitness Clubs. You will be counter-suing them for your time spent dealing with their debt collection and threats of debt collection.
Right, thank you. Mm-hmm.
So that is what I would do. It is a great shame that Everlast Fitness Clubs have chosen to not provide any kind of response whatsoever to this programme. There's no apology, there's no explanation, nothing at all. It is extra concerning that even if they hadn't done that, if they'd at least picked up the phone to Diane to resolve the matter with their customer directly, that would have been fine. But they haven't even done that. It is extremely frustrating. And be aware, ladies and gentlemen, should you decide to take out membership with Everlast Fitness Clubs, This is the experience that Diane has had when she has tried to leave her membership.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Well, listen, it's extremely frustrating. Can you please let me know if they do suddenly decide to make contact with you and do the right thing and to resolve this matter? And I would certainly get onto the bank and also make sure that you get that letter written to them. Just to advise them, you do not expect to receive any further correspondence from them threatening you with debt collection. Good afternoon, Dennis. Whenever I say the name Dennis, I want to say it in Margaret Thatcher's voice, but I won't. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names.
A new mobile phone 2 years and 2 months ago.
Dennis, I don't want any company names, please.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. And my wife uses it just for email and texting, so it's not used a great deal. But she went to use it last Sunday, and she picked it up and had to put it down very quickly because it was red hot, and it had a warning sign on saying emergency switch off. So we switched it off and called our mobile phone engineer, who went through a few things because we thought it might be the battery. He said, no, it's not the battery. Where it's getting hot under the camera, in his opinion, it's almost certainly the CPU which sits on the motherboard. So, quick drive to the place where we got it and spoke to the shop assistant. He said, as usual, it's over 1 year old, you have to go to the manufacturer. So I said, well, what about my statutory rights? He said, no, I know all about that. You have to go to the manufacturer. So I thought, well, I'm not going to get anywhere here.
Well, if he said that, he doesn't know about statutory rights, but carry on.
Well, the second I speak to the store manager came over. He said, mobile phones are not covered under consumer law. So I said, OK, fine. So then when I got home, it wasn't worth arguing. I sent a complaint off to customer services, and they come back with exactly the same 1 year warranty. Go to the manufacturer. So in the past, I've tried one other thing, and that's to go to the CEO, send an email to the chief executive's office, which has worked in the past. The guy called me and said, it's out of its 12-month warranty. And I said, well, what about consumer law? He said, well, I don't really know anything about that. I was staggered, absolutely staggered. So we had a bit of a discussion, and he went away. And eventually he came back and said, we can offer you 25% discount off the repair. But I was absolutely staggered, Jonathan, that from the shop floor assistant right up to the CEO office, no one mentioned statutory rights or consumer law or even heard of them, or they didn't want to hear of them.
I think that may well be more the case.
Well, I offered to get a report for £100, but it fell on deaf ears. So the engineer said, well, although it's an old model, as an electronic device, you should get 5 years out of it, really. So
how old was the phone at this point?
2 years and 2 months.
And we bought it on a contract. We put £150 down and had it over 2 years. Mm-hmm. So the only sting in the tail is they could argue whether it was a 2 year contract, and that's what you got out of it. But I don't know how that stands in consumer law. Well, I mean, you are entitled to expect when you purchase any product, whether it be a television, a hairdryer, whatever, you are entitled to expect it to last for a reasonable amount of time.
Yes.
Now, obviously, fair wear and tear comes into it.
Yeah.
But I think there is
I mean, Jonathan, I'm thinking, should the law be changed? Because this happens all the time. Do you think, in your opinion, it should be changed so that when you go to a shop, they say, I'm sorry, customer, you're outside of our 1 year warranty, but you do have statutory rights, and here's what you can do? Because at the moment, most companies I deal with, they just seem to never heard of it.
Well, unfortunately, yes, a lot of retailers will tell you either incorrect information regarding consumer law, or they don't seem to know anything about it, which is very frustrating. Now, the fact is this mobile phone must last for a reasonable amount of time. Yeah. However, after 6 months from the date of purchase, if the retailer wants to, they can put the ball firmly in your court to prove that the product has a manufacturing defect. Now, have you started this conversation by saying you sought some advice from your mobile phone engineer?
Yeah, I mean, basically, he's the guy we've used before to replace a screen on old phones and things, and I just had a chat with him about it.
And is he a qualified?
The report.
Is he a qualified mobile phone engineer?
Well, as far as I'm aware, yes, he's a qualified engineer. But I would take it somewhere to whoever they wanted me to get a report. I offered to do that.
Right.
So would you like a report from a professional engineer?
So is that how it's been left then? This retailer has promised you a £25 discount off the cost of the repair and no more.
25%, and they said if we don't hear from you within a couple of days, we'll assume the case is closed. Despite what they say on their website about, we'll do our utmost best to help you. I mean, I've been a customer of this particular company for I dread to think, 30, 40 years.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I'm dealing with a lot of cases at the moment that are becoming complete and utter battles. And I suspect that this will become a battle as well.
Yeah.
It just depends.
It's not so much about the phone, the cost or money or anything now. It's sort of moved on. I'm staggered that they didn't even once say, this is how you should, play your statutory rights and what you should do. Get a report, we'll help you. They just all seem blank.
What do you want to achieve from this? Because, I mean, I'm more than happy to support you in the battle, but I'm sensing that there's a part of you that just kind of feels a bit grumpy about it and wants to just air your grievance. Are you up for the fight or not?
Yes, I'm up for the fight, and a slight refund or some vouchers or anything would be an acknowledgement that, yes, they do understand consumer law.
Right, OK. Well, I will contact them. I suspect that they're going to come back with the usual old, we don't agree that that this product has a manufacturing defect, at which point it will then come down to you probably having to spend money in order to have a formal report carried out on what the problem with the product is.
Yep.
And it will then be a case of either the retailer would like to organise for reimbursement of the cost of that report and the cost of the repair.
Okay.
Or it's going to end up going to court.
Yes, yes.
Which is why I'm asking you now if you're up for the battle, because a number of cases, in fact, the next consumer I'm due to speak to, Lou, regarding her shed, I'm sensing that's going to become a battle as well, but I'll explain more in just a second. Dennis, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word.
Jonathan.
Hang on there, please. Yes, so I am dealing with a number of battles at the moment. In fact, I've never known a situation where so many companies seem to be digging their heels in, and things are getting to the point where, to be honest, it may well end up at court. And that's exactly where I suspect Lou's case will end up. Lou came to me, she was telling me she purchased a shiplap shed almost 3 years ago. She used the services of the retailer to install the shed, as well as supplying it. It's 12 foot by 8 foot. It cost her over £1,000, and she was expecting it to last for a reasonable amount of time.
I hadn't used the shed over the winter, and when I opened it up in spring, everything was just covered in mildew and damp, and it just smelled awful, that awful smell. And I also noticed that 2 of the shed boards had just broken, had just snapped. So I emailed the retailer. That was actually in April 2021, so that the shed wasn't actually 3 years old yet. And thank you so much, Jonathan, because I listen to you all the time, and it just really helped. I put all the points in about, I felt it wasn't fit for purpose because it hadn't kept the items in there dry, hadn't lasted a reasonable time, and therefore wasn't of reasonable quality because it was all coming in, damp was coming in through the windows, and the floorboards had all broken. The retailer came back and they said, no one else has had this issue with their shed. Their policy is 6 months that I have to complain.
Well, they offered Lou £75 for a tradesperson to come in and repair the shed, and Lou doesn't feel that's acceptable. So I've been off to have a word with the retailer on Lou's behalf, and I have to be honest, I'm exceptionally disappointed with how they have responded. Lou's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lou.
Oh, morning, Jonathan.
Sorry, I've not instilled much confidence in you, have I, in my build-up?
Right. Yeah, until about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, sorry about that. To be honest with you, I'm quite surprised at the quality of the response from this company, because I've had dealings with them in the past, and they've been pretty good at resolving matters. However, I'm not impressed at all with the response they've given for your case. Now, can I just, before I go any further, have they made any attempt to contact you since we last spoke?
Nothing. Not by email, phone, nothing, no.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is B&Q. And I put this complaint to B&Q. This is the response from them. It won't take very long to read. We regret that Lou experienced a problem with one of our products. We offered £70 as a gesture of goodwill for the repair of the windows.
Sorry, did you break up at that moment, or is that it?
That's it.
Oh, God.
That's it. The response from one of our largest DIY retailers in the United Kingdom, B&Q, to a complaint about one of their sheds for which they were contracted to supply and fit the shed. And the complaint is about water ingress, it's about damp, it's about floorboards breaking up. Their responses, I'll read it again.
Yeah.
We regret that Lou experienced a problem with one of our products. We offered £70 as a gesture of goodwill for the repair of the windows. Absolutely appalling.
Good Lord. Okay.
So, I responded to B&Q, or to their press team, to explain that I thought that response was appalling, and I also made it very clear that I would be saying as such. And I also advised them that I would now be advising you as to how you can pursue B&Q through the small claims court.
Okay.
So, here's how this needs to proceed. And I should just point out, and I want to put it on the record now, B&Q, who I'm sure will either be listening to this now or will very quickly receive a recording of this conversation, should you decide to deal with this complaint in a more reasonable way, then I would be more than happy to receive a further, more elaborate response from you. But at the moment, all I have, by way of a response to this complaint, is a lousy one-sentence response from you, which is just pathetic. Absolutely.
And that's their press department. That's the people in charge of communication can only present one sentence.
Yes. Now, it would appear that B&Q have switched to a new PR company to deal with their press since last time I spoke to them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether that has any bearing, but that is the response. This company they are paid by B&Q to represent them on a consumer radio programme such as this, and that's the level of response I get. So here's how you can proceed.
Okay.
What you need to do is to now have a formal report carried out.
Okay.
You need to have a report carried out by someone who is qualified enough to be able to make a comment on the structural integrity of that shed and the problems with it. Okay. Now, that is going to cost money, having that report carried out. So what you need to do is you need to, first of all, you need to find out exactly how much they're going to charge to come and survey the shed and to write a report.
Yep.
You then need to write a letter to B&Q to say, I am extremely disappointed with the response that I have received from your company. I paid you over £1,000 to supply and fit this shed that I maintain either has a problem with the installation or the product itself. Either way, it is the responsibility of B&Q. Your suggested solution of £70 as a goodwill gesture for me to get someone in to repair the windows, which is only one section of the problem, is unacceptable. Therefore, you leave me with no alternative but to make it quite clear to you that I now intend to have a survey carried out by Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so of such and such and such a company. The cost of this will be X amount of money. Please be advised, if this report determines that the problems I'm experiencing with the shed are either due to a manufacturing defect in the product itself or the installation quality of the shed that was conducted by B&Q, I will then be left with no alternative but to pursue B&Q for the full cost of the repair that's necessary, including the cost of having the report carried out. Should you wish to resolve this matter in another way, please contact me within the next 5 working days. Okay?
No
So
problem
that's
at all.
it. That is what I would now do if I were in your position. And let's see how B&Q want to proceed. They may well, based on the response so far, although I have to be honest, I'm just amazed. I'm amazed that they are leaving this in this way. This is B&Q, ladies and gentlemen. This is B&Q. If they have any sense, as far as I'm concerned, and certainly if I were advising them from a press perspective, I would be saying, get an installer round to that lady's shed straight away and get the problems resolved, because we've got a nightmare on our hands here, and this is going to end up in court. It's going to end up being broadcast on the BBC repeatedly, and there's a chance that we're going to end up with a great big bill, not only for the cost of a repair, but also for the cost of a third-party repairer to come and sort the shed out. But let's see if they want to do it that way or not.
Absolutely. So shall I CC your team in, and then if and when B&Q come back to me, shall I just come straight back to you? Is that possible, Jonathan?
Yes, please. I would like to stay in the. I would like to stay across this every step of the way, and I will continue to update this every step of the way. Now, as I say, there is a chance that B&Q will hear this broadcast and will decide to reassess the way that they are proceeding. I very much hope they will. And should they wish to provide something further for response, or indeed if somebody from B&Q would like to join me on the programme to explain to you personally why they believe their response thus far has been acceptable, they are very, very welcome. I will provide them with ample opportunity to do so. But at the moment, that's what they're saying.
Okay, and if they come back to me, I'll just sort of note what they say and then bring it back to you, shall I? That would be helpful from my point of view. Is that okay?
Please. Yep.
Thank you.
Let's leave it there. We will talk very soon.
Jonathan. Thank you very much for your time.
As I mentioned earlier, I'm amazed at the number of consumer cases that are becoming an absolute battle. If you're up for the fight, so am I too.